Okay, Lynette, we're going to kick off.
Sounds good.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen here this evening, good evening. And for those following along from home, welcome. I'd like to call to order the September 18th, 2023 meeting of the San Carlos Planning and Transportation Commission. And welcome to everyone. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Roof?
Present.
Commissioner Castaneda?
Present.
Commissioner Garvey?
Present.
Vice Chair Clements?
Present.
And Chair Iacoponi.
Present. And I always get this out of order. We have all of our commissioners present this evening, so there are now Assembly Bill 2449 teleconference requests for the evening. Very good. Our first item is public comment, and public comment is limited to items not on this evening's agenda. The commission may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed as allowed by the Brown Act, Government Code Section 54954.2. However, the Commission's general policy is to refer items to staff for attention or have a matter placed on future Commission agenda for a more comprehensive action report. I have quite a number of speaker slips, but I don't think I have any for items not on this evening's agenda. So if you have something you'd like to raise, now's the time. Lynette, are there any hands raised?
There are no hands raised at the moment.
Okay, very good, thank you. For everyone here and for those at home, we have 3 items on tonight's agenda, and the crosswalk items for industrial and for Alameda are likely, well, they're last on our agenda and likely 9:30 or so in terms of when we'll probably get to them, given the 2 items we have in advance. So if you are here for one of those and you'd like to take a break, go get a bite to eat, what have you, I'd suggest, be back 9:15, and know that we'll be getting to those agenda items tonight. Sir?
If I leave, you don't have to start before 9 o'clock.
Well, we'll start when the agenda items are moved through, sir. But I just wanted to give you the opportunity, if you'd like to leave, letting you know we have 2 pretty good size items in advance. And it's like I can't predict, but that's our best guess. We are going to work the items in the order that have been published. We'll take the Camino Real item first and then the Northeast Plan. Okay? Thank you very much. Our first business matter, approval of minutes from the Planning and Transportation Commission meeting of September 5. Commissioners, do you have any edits, comments, questions? Commissioner Garvey, Commissioner Roof, Castaneda, Vice Chair? And okay, very good. I'd entertain a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes of September 5th, 2023 for the Planning and Transportation Commission.
Thank you. And a second?
I second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Roof. And Commissioner Garvey, roll call, please.
Commissioner Roof?
Yes.
Commissioner Castaneda?
Yes.
Commissioner Garvey?
Yes.
Vice Chair Clements?
Yes.
And Chair Iacoponi.
Yes. Very good. So our, and thank you. And if you do, sorry, one other item for the order. If you do want to speak and you've not turned in a speaker form, we should have some at the back. Please fill them out and bring them up to the dais here to Lisa. All right? And because we have a number of items, can you make it clear which of the agenda items you are looking to make public comment on, and we'll work to get everybody in the right block here.
And through the chair, there is an agenda at the back of the room near the speaking request station that has the numbers assigned to each agenda item.
So now we're into the public hearing portion of our agenda. The procedure for public hearings that staff will present a report on the history, physical features, et cetera, on the application, followed with staff's recommendations. The applicant will make a presentation. Thereafter, interested members of the community may speak on the proposal. When all interested parties have had the opportunity to be heard, the hearing will be closed and no further discussion from the floor can be held. The commission will then consider the evidence and make its recommendation. If you challenge a public hearing item in court, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else has raised at the public hearing described in this notice, or in a public notice or in written correspondence delivered to the city at or prior to the public hearing. Speakers should fill out a speaker form. I think we've covered that. And then that will help us in both recording who you are and noting your comments for the record. We'll get to the specifics of the best way to take public comment when we get to that point. And with that, I think we have a presentation by staff. Good evening, Rucha.
Commissioners, Rucha Dande, Senior Planner. This evening I will be presenting the first agenda item, that's 11 El Camino Real project, before the Planning Commission. Before I begin, I would like to quickly introduce the project team. The applicant is Summerhill Apartment Communities. The applicant team is present here. Elaine Rees, Senior Vice President of Development, and Richard Norris, Director of Development, are the applicants. And KTG Vaya Architects are behind the design of this project. And from the city staff, we have myself, Rucha Dande, and Lisa Costa-Sanders present tonight. The request before you is consideration of 6 entitlements for this project, and this is for the construction of a 242-unit residential development in the MUNB 120 district at 11 El Camino Real. The agenda for today's presentation for this item would entail project overview with project location details, state density bonus law, and entitlements that are requested, followed by the applicant's presentation, questions, and receive public comments on this item, and then the final action. The project is located at 11 El Camino Real along the northern San Carlos city border, which is the existing CVS pharmacy store that is along El Camino Real. Along the southern side is the San Carlos Plaza, as you can see on the image before you. And then the Caltrain track that runs in the rear of the property, as you can see on the top of the image here. Before you is the vicinity map. The surrounding uses include commercial hotels across from San Carlos, El Camino Real, and then the Woodcraft store, which is another commercial use. The San Carlos Plaza is adjoining the property, the subject property, and then there are a few offices and condominium uses around the property. The request is, as I mentioned, to develop a new 242-unit residential development in the MUNB 120 district. And the requested entitlements are design review, the transportation demand management plan, below market rate housing plan, a protected tree removal permit, grading and dirt haul certificate, and a vesting tentative map. As this project is consistent with the underlying zoning district, considering the waivers and concessions granted, the Planning Commission will be the final approving body of this project, unless the project is appealed to the City Council. For the first entitlement, that is design review, per the San Carlos Municipal Code, to grant approval for design review, the Planning Commission shall make findings that are consistent with the development regulations, supplemental regulations, and design review criteria of the underlying zoning district. For the development regulations, as I mentioned, the underlying zoning district is MUNB 120. The existing lot size is 2.2 acres. The proposed FAR is 3.27. This exceeds the standard that is 3 FAR, however, a waiver is requested. The parking spaces proposed are 297. Excuse me. The number of stories are 6 stories plus a basement. The landscaping is 10% of the site, and this is an infill exemption. Regarding height, the maximum height proposed is 81 feet 7 inches, which is more than the underlying zoning district requirement, that is 75 feet. However, a waiver is requested again. Regarding the next entitlement, I would like to, before going into the details of that, I would like to go into the details of the density bonus law. To accommodate the 242 residential units, the applicant is requesting 2 incentives and 6 waivers. And generally speaking, waivers are requested from development regulations that would limit the ability to construct the units, and incentives or concessions are related to cost savings to achieve that density. The state law requires that requests for waivers and concessions be granted for development projects similar to these. The applicant is requesting 2 incentives, as mentioned on the slide before you. The applicant is also requesting 6 waivers under the development standards and the building design. Here is the proposed site plan. The site plan includes an entrance foyer, a leasing office, fitness center, and that is the level 1 site plan. Work from home spaces, those are located along the corners of the proposed development, a parking garage, and landscaping. I would let the applicant talk more in detail about this, so I would like to quickly skim through these slides. However, I would still touch upon the details of the site plan. Here is the proposed floor plan for level 2, and level 3 through 5 are typical. On level 2, I would like to highlight here that there are 2 courtyards proposed, the north courtyard and south courtyard, which will include some landscaping. There is a club room proposed, and then residential units. Here is the proposed elevation, front elevation along El Camino Real. As you can see in the dotted boxes before you, there are work from home spaces and uses that are proposed on the first floor to help activate the facade along El Camino. And then on the right side, you can see that leasing office, entrance foyer, and the fitness center is proposed along the other corner. Next, the side elevation, that is the north elevation. This is the north elevation along F Street, as viewed from Belmont. Here is the other side elevation, that is south along the San Carlos Plaza, as viewed from San Carlos. And this is the proposed elevation, which is the rear elevation along east, that is visible from the Caltrain track. As per the landscaping plan, there are 12 street trees proposed. There will be a fenced dog park along the south of the property, as you can see number 9 there. There will be raised planters, decorative pavers, perimeter pathways, and bicycle racks. Again, at podium level, that's level 2, there will be a courtyard, swimming pool, lounge area, fire pit, and low landscaping proposed. Here is the material and color sample board. There will be 3 types of exterior finishes: stucco, horizontal lap siding, and brick veneers. There is also some glazing proposed on the first story to activate the street frontage, metal panels for balconies, and metal screening for the garages, the garage area that will be visible from the Caltrain track. Here are the 3D renderings. Again, I would let the applicant spend more time on the details of this and the street improvements. And then I would like to go back. Here, I would like to mention that the proposed design meets the design review criteria and the findings that are required, and therefore staff supports the approval of design review as mentioned in the staff report, and with the granting of concessions and waivers. With the below market rate housing plan, as I mentioned, there are 36 BMR units at very low and low income levels. The distribution of the units are as follows: 1 unit as a studio, and then 25 one-bedrooms, 9 two-bedrooms, and 1 3-bedroom apartment that accounts for the 36 BMR units. 10% of the units are for very low income and 5% for low-income households. The applicant has submitted a detailed BMR plan, and staff concludes that it meets all the findings and therefore is in support of the BMR plan. The project also proposes to remove 6 protected trees and therefore requires a tree removal permit. There are in total 19 trees proposed to be removed, out of which 6 are protected trees. The species are Chinese pistache, pines, and evergreen ash. As a replacement requirement, the applicant is proposing to plant 54 trees according to the city's preferred tree list. Out of that, 12 are street trees and few more that will be visible from El Camino Real. The city arborist has reviewed the arborist report and is in support of removal of these protected trees in order to accommodate this development. The project also requires a TDM plan because it proposes more than 10 units according to the City of San Carlos Municipal Code, and meets the 20% trip reduction target, and also meets 25% trip reduction target by CCAG. Before you, there are all the measures that the applicant is proposing as TDM measures. A monitoring plan is also required, which the applicant is aware of. The project also requires a vesting tentative map for dedication, abandonment, and creation of new easements, and also to ensure that there are no conflicts with the pre-existing easements. The city staff has reviewed the vesting tentative map and concludes that it meets the required findings. A grading and dirt hall certificate is also required for this project. The project proposes a basement to accommodate parking. As such, the project would need grading greater than 1,000 cubic yard, and therefore a grading and dirt hall certificate is required. The northbound truck haul route would be Holly Exit, Industrial Road, Britain Avenue, and then along ECR. While the southbound truck haul route is proposed to be Britain Exit to ECR. In terms of public outreach and comments, the applicant conducted a neighborhood outreach meeting in the City Hall's library community room on April 4, 2023. There was one individual who attended the meeting and provided concerns regarding views from her property, trees, and traffic-related concerns. A city mailed public notice as required by law and also published it in the newspaper. As of the presentation, city has received 5 comments in support of the project and 1 comment in support, but with some concerns regarding construction truck traffic and surrounding parking. Since then, the applicant has discussed the concerns with that one individual. Should the commission decide to move forward, here is the motion before you tonight. And this concludes my staff presentation. We also have a presentation by the applicant, so the commission may decide to choose the order.
Thank you, Rucha. And I think it'd be good to hear from the applicant, so we get all of their information in.
All right.
That'd be helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We have Richard Norris who will be presenting. Thank you.
Thank you, Rucha. Good evening, Chair Iacopone and Planning Commissioners. My name is Richard Norris. I'm a Director of Development with Summerhill Apartment Communities. Thank you for the opportunity to share the 11 El Camino Real project with you tonight. For those of you not familiar with Summerhill, we are part of the Marcus and Millichap family of companies with our development team based in Palo Alto. Summerhill Apartment Communities, together with our sister company, Summerhill Homes, form the Summerhill Housing Group, and we've been building communities of distinction in San Mateo for 50 years, in the Bay Area for 50 years, excuse me. This is the project design team. We also have a full technical team available via Zoom to answer any of your questions. This map shows the communities that Summerhill has developed in San Mateo County over the last 30 years, along with Summerhill Homes. The southernmost green star is this project. These are our apartment communities within the county, including our most recently completed one in South San Francisco, 988. And Rucha covered much of this, but I'll try to go quickly. This is some of the site constraints we had to address in developing this. There's a Caltrans slope control easement in the 20 feet off of ECR along the frontage. There's a Cal Water and PG&E easement right in the middle of the site, a gas main at the back of the curb, a JPA parcel and the train berm to the east containing the city's storm drain main, and shared parking, utilities, and access with San Carlos Plaza. There's also a significant slope from the northwest corner down to the southeast corner of the site, with north being screen left. There's also another item we addressed was the city wanting the project entry to align with Spring Street, which we've done. This is our planning approach. It's to design a Class A community of distinction, design a project consistent with the city's recently adopted general plan, amended zoning code, affordable housing ordinance, all-electric reach code, through minor utilization of the state density bonus. It's also to revitalize El Camino Real through wide separated sidewalks, new landscaping, decorative streetlights, bike racks, and active uses. Design a building considerate of its neighbors through thoughtful massing, utilizing premium materials and architecture. Through the process, we've worked with San Carlos Plaza and the city to remove the shared CC&Rs on the site and coordinate the design. We've also coordinated with Caltrans, the JPA, Recology, the FAA, CCAG, and Cal Water. This view is looking north through the parking lot at the existing 28,000 square foot CVS. This view is looking south along El Camino Real. And this view is looking north along El Camino Real. In this one, please notice please note, I should say, the 5-foot wide sidewalk right up against El Camino Real. This slide shows why we love this site so much and think it's such a great location for housing. Downtown San Carlos and the San Carlos Caltrain station are only a 1/2 mile walk. The Belmont Caltrain station is a 5-minute bike ride. The Eastside Innovation District and the Northeast Specific Plan area where jobs will be coming are just a short commute. And the Samtrans route ECR is only 300 feet away. And now I will turn it over to Lily C. Michella with KTGY Architecture.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining me on a Monday night. I'd like to actually step through just the site a little bit. Our design is very specific to the site conditions of the site. Every time we look at a site, we're thinking what's unique about it. And if you notice to our east, which is Plan Top, you'll notice there's the grain of the landscape and the urban fabric is larger in scale. And then as you kind of go plan down, down the plan to the west, you'll notice that there's a finer grain and a finer urban fabric as you move down, and we wanted to be sensitive to that. So here, I'm going to walk you through the plan a little bit from the bottom left and then kind of wrapping around to the east. And so if you start from the left, we have the work from home. We really wanted to anchor these two corners of our building. We have our work from home, and then in the center, mid-block, we have units that really kind of engage the street along El Camino Real. And then the bottom right corner, fitness, leasing, really to anchor that opposite corner. And then as you wrap around, we wanted to be sensitive also to our edge neighboring our parcels. We have units, lobby, and dog park, and quite a few other amenities, like bicycle parking. Ooh, went too quick there. And so as you go to our podium level plan, which is level 2, you'll notice the building shape, if you kind of like tilt your head to the right, it's this level, is the number 6. We consciously decided not to make this building almost like a figure 8 or an infinity sign, really to open up that, you can see this gap where there's a dimension in the southern courtyard, and open up that facade to El Camino and create a massing break there. You'll also notice the club room, and this will be evident in the view that follows later on, but we really want to step down the massing as you go along El Camino Real. And then here you'll notice the figure 8 kind of transforms into a number 3, kind of to the side again. And really the point was that as you go up this building, the building really peels back. Here you also notice the roof decks there's a 5th level roof deck on the bottom right, and then a 6th level on the top left. And then here, I think this really kind of explains in plan our different levels of modulation as we're stepping back. So really that kind of, the grain changes from 6 stories in that core, 5 stories on the left, 3 and 4 stories on the right. And then that massing break that you can see between levels, the 5th story and the 3rd story. This view explains the plan a lot better. You can really see that we've anchored this main corner on the bottom right with amenity and fitness and lounge. And then as you go to the center of the rendering, you'll notice that we've created this, what we call a jewel box. And this jewel box is really our clubhouse. It's aligned with Spring Street that's across the way, if you can imagine the plan that we showed earlier. And the thought here is also that when you're on Spring Street, you can look through this jewel box and kind of see and have a peekaboo into the courtyard. You'll also notice here that the facade is articulated. It goes from portions that are 1 level to 5 levels, and then actually there's a 6th level portion in the kind of top left that you don't see because it peels back further. And you can imagine zooming into that amenity corner. When we thought about the design, we decided, we were thinking about whether or not to have the facade follow El Camino Real and be parallel to El Camino Real. But at this key corner, we decided to peel back the building facade in the same way we're peeling back the top of the building. And you can see by peeling back, we are providing a plaza here with some great landscape elements such as seating and enhanced paving and a landscape. And here on the opposite northwest corner, we really wanted to ground this corner and as well. So we have our work from home amenity space, as well as this brick element that kind of happens at all the kind of key corners. And actually, let me go back. So right here, if you kind of look midway, I don't know if the point. Midway, we also have those stoops I mentioned earlier. This is a view of those stoops. Really kind of engaging the street, wanting to have units face them with stoops that come down with a 5-foot planter strip and an 8-foot sidewalk, and really enhancing that space. This is the view from Old County Road. So you notice with the berm that actually the building really, it displays itself a little bit more on this side of the edge because of the grading that occurs. However, because of the berm, really the upper 4 levels are shown more. And what we did in order to also modulate the facade, even though the massing breaks are larger, is to have levels of step back. So you notice from the brick to the stucco to the lap siding, there's different levels of color change as well as material change. Materials, we really wanted to create this kind of timeless architecture that had a really a palette that was tactile and very detail-oriented. So we have a combination of stucco and lap siding, but also at key moments, and a lot of the facade along El Camino brick veneer. And our landscape architect is here today, Whitney with Jet Landscape. So I won't go too in depth as the architect for this project, but really what I appreciated from this was just all the layers of landscape, right? The ground level landscape that happens here. There's an anchoring of the 2 corners with the same language of plaza. The trees are actually raised above ground because of utility easements that we have. But there's actually 2 levels of trees, with the larger ones closer to the building, and then a dog park at the upper right corner. And then as you go up with the podium level, we have two courtyards. On the right, the southern courtyard is a little bit more active, a little bit more fun, pool, amenities. The clubhouse overlooks this space. And then on the left is a little bit more passive with work from home pods. And as you go up the building, we have level 5 and level 6 roof decks with that really also create that kind of grain of activity as you see this along El Camino. And with that, I will actually hand over the mic to Richard to go through a couple of the other sustainable items.
Thank you, Lily. We are an all-electric project and will be installing rooftop panels. We'll use drought-tolerant and/or native landscaping, and we'll treat all of the stormwater runoff. We have a robust TDM plan that Rucha shared earlier, and we're installing 242 EV stalls, or 1 per unit, including 97 level 2 stalls and 145 level 1 EV-ready stalls. This is our TDM plan. I think you saw most of it earlier, so I'll go quickly. But the goal is to reduce peak hour trips by 20%. We're going to actively participate in Commute.org's certified development program, and I think you saw it earlier. This is our affordable housing plan, which you also saw earlier on Rucha's very detailed presentation. Our building is the first large apartment building to meet the city's more rigorous affordable housing requirements. There are 36 BMR units of all types spread throughout the project, 24 very low income units affordable to households making 50% of AMI, and 12 low income units affordable to households making 60% of AMI. Consistent with the code, the project will also prioritize those who live, work, and serve the San Carlos community. The total cost to the project to provide the 36 below market rate units is over $16.3 million. And this is very similar to the slide that Rucha also shared. It shows the distribution of the units from the affordable housing plan, and as well as the rents. With regard to outreach, as staff mentioned, we hosted a community meeting in April that had 1 attendee. Following the meeting, we met with her at her home to twice review our plans together. We also met with the owner of Woodcraft when we received his letter. We proactively offered to meet with the owner of Hyatt Place, but did not receive a response. We've also met with the San Carlos School District Superintendent and representatives of the San Mateo County Department of Housing, who owns the parcel next door, and from the San Mateo County Mental Health Association, who owns the apartments across the street from us, across F Street. We're honored that we received endorsements from the Chamber of San Mateo County, the Housing Leadership Council, as well as SAMCETA. In conclusion, we're very excited to have the opportunity to work in San Carlos and to bring forward the first large residential project under the city's newly adopted vision for housing, affordable housing, and sustainability. We appreciate staff's efforts throughout the process. We have read and accept the conditions of approval and request your approval of the project this evening. Thank you all for your consideration, and we're available for any questions. In addition to everyone we have here, we have more members of the team on Zoom.
Great, thank you very much. Very informative and good to get both staffs and Summerhill teams' presentations. Before we move to public comment, thank you. Before we move to public comment, why don't we check in with the commissioners for any points of clarification around the materials and as you're considering the different things that we're being asked to approve this evening. Maybe from my right, Commissioner Garvey.
Thank you, Chair. One question. Can someone help me understand the changes to the left turn lane into the facility that were described in a little bit of detail in the packet? It seemed like that the left turn lane had to move a little bit. Can a little clarification be added to that?
Definitely. This shows it a little bit. You can see, well, the pointer doesn't really help too much on the screen, but we're moving the median, pulling it forward, and adding, extending the turn pocket into the project. Oh. Sorry. So it's right there. So we're extending that, and then the turn pocket there, and it's been reviewed by our traffic engineer as well as civil engineer and city staff.
So that allows more cars to queue up to turn in?
I believe, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you very much. That's the only question I had.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Clemens.
Thank you, Chair. And before I start with my questions, I just wanted to disclose that I did meet with the applicant on site so they could show me what their plans looked like. I had a couple of questions, one about parking, and this is for the applicant. I saw that 225 spaces could have been as low as was warranted with the TDM measures, but that the project is providing 297. So I wanted to ask how Summerhill thinks about parking for marketability and how you end up with that number.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd start by saying that every location is different. On this one, part of why we ended up with that number was the building's actual design. So for structural reasons, we aligned the basement garage with the upper level so we wouldn't have a joint there. So I think that added something like 17, but every location is different. I think this one we're at 1.23 parking stalls per dwelling unit. Typically we'd be one. Yeah, and we also have more guest parking, I should say. So I think we have 14 guest stalls. There's 4 loading stalls, including outside in the top right, 1 in that turn pocket along the EVA, and one within the building.
Chair, if I could, I had 2 more questions about transportation. One, I'm not familiar with the term, with the EV ready designation. So it looks like some of the spaces will have chargers installed and others will be ready for that. Can you tell us more about what that looks like in terms of getting additional chargers at some point, or what's the purpose of the EV ready?
Yeah, so we have 97 level 2 chargers right there. And then the EV Ready, that's a term straight from the REACH code. And so and I'm gonna fumble a little bit, but it's a city created term. I think it's a 15 amp breaker and then running conduit with cable in it, but not installing the actual charger. So as the building progresses and time moves on and more people drive EVs, then we'll have the infrastructure there to accommodate it.
Great. One more quick question. You're providing e-scooters at the site, it looks like. Where will they be parked?
Let me see. So it will get laid out in the actual, when we get going, we have a bike room under here where they could be, but it'll be up to operation. So they might put them here, they might put them at the ends of the building. It's really up to them.
Thank you. I had, maybe we can cycle around. I have one more question for staff after that. Thank you.
And thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Castellano.
First, I'd like to disclose that I also met with the applicant in a Zoom meeting, and that will not affect my decision tonight. I have a question about the location of the solar panels on the roof and whether they're going to be visible from any of the north, south, east, west views of the property. Are they going to be below the railings of the roof?
So what we don't see, but you see in the renderings, is we have a parapet, so 42-inch parapet wall around all the roofs. And we have EV ready zone. Well, I shouldn't say EV ready. We're going to install solar panels with the project, and they'll be laid out all around. I can't. They will not be visible from the street.
And one other question I had on the issue of train noise. Can you clarify which of the units? There was some conflicting information, I thought, in the materials. Are all of the units expected to be above the 45 decibel limit, or is it just some of them?
Oh, it will just be some of them. And so it varies on location throughout the project. And I'd add that cities of Belmont, San Mateo, Menlo Park, and Palo Alto, they don't have the instantaneous noise requirement, and they all refer back to the same statewide building code with the 45 decibel day-night average requirement.
Okay, if I'd like to know how many units are affected, and wonder if there could be double pane windows for those units if it isn't that many.
I just want to clarify, there's two different noise levels that we're benchmarking over. Our entire project meets the state level,
Right.
the 45. So it's the instantaneous noise level that we've benchmarked. Those at the bedrooms all meet 55. So that applies to the entire project. Sorry for the confusion, but the entire project meets the code, just as Richard said. There's cities that don't have an instantaneous noise level that he just described. Then they're only required to meet the 45 that the state requires. We are meeting that threshold, and then above and beyond, we've upgraded the windows in all the bedrooms to meet the 55 LMAX rating, if that clarifies a little bit.
Okay, and if I could just ask staff, have these kinds of waivers been given, do we know, for any of the other apartment complexes along the tracks on El Camino?
I don't have, thank you for the question, Commissioner Castaneda, Lisa Porras, Planning Manager. There may have been some modifications made with the Transit Village project that went in, but as a typical sort of concession or waiver, it's not something that we normally see, but it sort of makes sense given the project's location.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner Roof, please.
Two questions for the applicant. The first is, what is the location of the below market rate housing units in the building?
Yeah, so the below market rate housing units are spread throughout the project on all floors, and it maintains the same unit mix as the actual building's mix. And I believe the plan is in your packet. There's a sheet with red boxes.
Okay, I suspected there might be, but somehow I missed it. But just to make sure and to have it be aired in public, they're not all, let's say, located along the train track. They're spread
No, they're
on multiple sides of the building.
Apologies. They're spread evenly throughout. So first through sixth floor, front, back, left, right.
Okay. Second question has to do with the building compatibility with its surroundings, and I think the overall massing is appropriate for the location and given our housing needs. But I'm wondering about the north side of the site, which has this little narrow strip of land that I think is Cal Water, but an item came before us about acquiring that land for potential public housing project. So I'm wondering, has the integration of those two, that future potential building there with this one, been taken into consideration, and what would that look like? And there's a lot of windows on your building facing that site, so if another building goes up next to it, they would all be pretty close to the adjacent building, I think.
Yeah, so there's about 12 feet at the narrowest point of the property line, and this is on page left where you're looking. Then it expands out where we have the planters with the trees. We've designed it cognizant of that. The county, I believe, as a general plan conformance review came before the commission, and we've talked with them, and I think we've planned for what they may or may not do in the future. Yeah.
12 feet that's the number on between the windows and the property line, or between?
It would be the whole wall, so windows and wall and everything. So right.
So the window to the property line or to the adjacent building?
Oh, to the property line. I can't speculate.
What goes on their
Yeah,
property
yeah.
is not part of your calculation. Okay, understand. Well, I guess, okay, I guess that answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Richard. I would also add, my question is actually for staff, so thank you. I would add that I met with the applicant by Zoom and had a briefing from them prior to this evening. My question for staff is there any plan for any special striping for pedestrian crosswalk within the frontage, the El Camino Real frontage of this project, or maybe, let's say, an enhanced one if it's a little bit to the south? I'm just mindful that we're asking, or people might be inclined to take buses, and how are they safely going to get across the street?
I think that would be a question for Public Works. I'm not completely aware of any such project, but we have Hani, our senior traffic engineer, if she can help me answer that question.
That would be great.
No, I don't think anything is proposed at the moment to help for safer crossing, but Caltrans is decently open to proposals, and they have been allowing hawks, which are these high-intensity activated walks, quite frequently on El Camino. So as the need arises, we could certainly visit that.
Okay, and maybe I would just add, having driven on El Camino, if my eyes saw it right, the existing, I'll call it zebra crossing, is like pretty faded or something. So how do what would be the process for the city as part of this project to get an update for better visibility to make this complete?
So the applicant would apply for a permit from Caltrans. They would submit the plans to them. They would review, make comments, give an encroachment permit for it to be installed.
Okay. And then in terms of process, if that were something other commissioners and the commission felt we would like as part of the project, would we just make that a condition?
To add a condition, right, there needs to be a nexus, a connection between this project, the impact, and that condition. And so I think the crosswalk you're referring to is at the stoplight, just kind of at the end of the plaza.
Okay, I guess I need to take it up a level. I'm mindful that we're going to have 240-something units and therefore a lot of people. We're encouraging people to take public transportation. Therefore, crossing the street is a likely activity, and it's not clear where pedestrians safely get across El Camino to catch the bus from this unit. And I'm just trying to find out, like, how do we bring that together as part of the project?
Yeah, so the likely route would be to walk south until you get to that next street light. And I'm sorry, I'm forgetting Hull, I think is where the light is.
It's
Hull, thank you. And then crossing, if you were to take a bus going southbound, it would be at the safest way would be at the light at Hull Street.
Okay, so people will walk further, cross, walk back.
It depends on where the closest bus stop is,
Well,
but it's not a very far walk. Did you want to add?
From experience, there's the southbound bus stop on El Camino is right by the McDonald's, which is just south of this traffic signal. Right. And I'm not sure where the northbound bus stop is there, but they would not need to cross the street to get to that one.
Good, thanks for that. That was very helpful. For me, no further questions. Commissioner Garvey.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions. One question about the dirt hauling. There's a substantial amount of dirt that's going to be hauled off. My question is, who is responsible, as the dump trucks come out of the property and go onto El Camino for their route, who is responsible for keeping that area on El Camino swept? I understand the applicant will keep their site watered. Does this extend also to, say, daily street sweepings of El Camino, just to make sure the dirt doesn't build up?
I mean, I'm just the city attorney, but I'm not the engineer. But I've seen construction sites like this before, where there is some cleaning and wiping down, and then some physical treatments when the trucks leave the site to remove the mud and dirt from the tires of the vehicles, and usually there is some provision for making sure that there isn't any debris that gets on the streets, that there's street sweeping, and then if there was a problem that developed there, we would still be able to talk with the applicant about, we've got a complaint that there's, mud or clumps are coming off your site, and then probably in the plan for stormwater treatment is probably in play too.
That's correct. So the Public Works City Engineer will review the detailed grading plans, and they also need to issue a permit for grading and dirt haul activities. So your view is really the big picture, because it reaches more than 1,000 cubic yards, and the route is important. And then the city engineer will issue the detailed conditions of approval relating to the dirt haul activities.
Thank you. No further questions.
Commissioner Clements. Sorry, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I had a question for Adam on the BMR housing plan. Actually, two questions. I think the first one, easy. The presentation said that the low income is now hitting a 60% AMI level. The materials in the packet all say 80%. I just want a clarification.
I believe it's an 80% income limit, but 60% rental rate.
Thank you. And the other thing I wanted to know, the dispersion of the units floor to floor. Commissioner Roof, yes, they're in the packet. They're a little bit hidden, but I was looking at the locations, and it was page 99 and following. It does look like there are some more units facing the back than facing El Camino, as an example. Not that units facing El Camino wouldn't be noisy or potentially have, grime from exhaust, but how is it that you look at the plans floor by floor? Because they're obviously not all identical. And then how do you judge what's reasonable? Because I did notice some facing the pool. I noticed some at the very top level, which is not normal, which is really great. But I did notice more towards the back of the building, towards the train too. So how do you think about that?
Sure. So, one of the first things you look at is the different floors, and is there an even percentage distribution based on how many units are on each floor? Does that seem to align with the market rate units? And the applicant actually did relocate a unit to disperse them more evenly, although they were fairly dispersed to begin with. Mm-hmm. And then we try to make sure they're not all on one side of the building, that they are spread out. We don't have a precise number for how many are on each side, but we try to look for a somewhat even distribution through the different corners and edges of the property.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Castaneda?
Yes, I have one question for the applicant and then two for staff, short ones. I know that you have to have the easements, the PG&E and Cal Water easements, and then there's the Caltrain encroachment permission that's needed. Are you working on those? Are you anticipating any difficulty with those?
We are working with the JPA Caltrain on a license agreement we have a stormwater connection that goes to the city's storm main there. And then PG&E, it's typical, similar to all projects, where as we relocate the lines and we pull them out and put the new ones in, then they quit claim them when we do that and give them the new easements.
Okay, thank you. And then for staff, when we're talking about the dirt haul routes, I'm just wondering, how is that coordinated? We have a number of projects going on. How is this coordinated so that we don't have two projects at the same time using these routes?
Again, small staff, so it's a little bit easier to coordinate, but it could possibly be we have multiple projects under construction at the same time. And so we'll need to make sure that there's good notification. Sometimes we need to put out some signage letting people know, there may be more truck activities. I know sometimes we use the reader boards, but staff does try to coordinate to the best they can.
All right, and the second one is, there was some concern from the public on parking issues in the area. Is there anything that the city can do to assist to keep the construction workers from parking on Spring Street?
So during, before a building permit is issued, they're required to submit a construction staging and operation plan, and that plan will need to show where the workers are going to park. And that's much easier, of course, when the parking structure is done, but during the grading phase, it'll be a little more challenging. So they will need to identify some places for the workers to park and materials to be stored as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner Roof?
No more questions for me now.
Okay, very good. One last go. Maybe just Commissioner Roof, thank you for recalling about that small parcel and the adjacency. Good memory. Okay, I think we'll move to public comment. I have two speaker requests on this topic, and I'll call the two speakers up. But, I have Jamie Vasquez and Carlos Hernandez. Are there others beside those? Yes. Can you just say your name? That's okay. Your names, please?
My name is Yoko Watanabe.
Yoko, thank you. Very good. Thank you both. So we have 4 people here. What we'll do is we'll ask our 4 speakers in the room to come up, and you'll have 2 minutes, and then we'll move over to the line. So Jamie Vasquez. Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Planning and Transportation Commission. My name is Jaime Vasquez. I'm a field representative from Local 217 that covers the city of San Carlos. And today I'd like to discuss some important topics that are considered when it comes to planning for our community's workforce. Labor standards like healthcare, state certified apprenticeship, and local hiring. These factors play a significant role in creating a strong and thriving workforce. This new development is a prime example. A lot of times, Summerhill hires low-paying contractors like SBI that puts downward pressure on wages and benefits. And I'm here today hoping the Planning Commission, you can implement some labor standards on this new development to help raise standards in the construction industry and to uplift the workforce here in San Carlos. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaime. Appreciate your coming. Carlos Hernandez. Thank you. Yoko Wanatabe, please come on up.
Yes, I live at 1 Laurel Street. I'm a neighbor, and I have a few concerns, but my primary concern is cutting protected trees. Now we are very hostile to the environment and nature, but so we should try to save the trees that have been growing for so many years. And I enjoy the tree and the view from my balcony, but 6 stories, that's going to block my whole view of sunrise and moonrise, everything. At the time when I moved in 2 years ago, I was told by management that I will not lose my view because of the code in San Carlos that cannot build anything taller than that level. So I was very disappointed. When the code has been changed, I am not sure. And also transportation. I'm a transportation specialist and traffic engineer. And that traffic impact study does not convince me to, in terms of the mitigation measure for having longer queue length. I mean, full study, if I can look at the traffic impact report, that would be very, very good to me, because I think not having another signal or whatever, and having 2 signals in 2 ends to control the traffic with medium, with left turning, free left turning, I think it's very, very hazardous anyway. Yes, I have more things to say, and the height of the building also, yes.
Good, thank you very much for your comments. And now, Colleen.
So I was the one person at their initial meeting, and they've been very nice to me, and they've met with me twice, came to my home and checked everything out. And yes, my view of the bay will be obliterated. There'll be nothing left of it. And so I find that frustrating, the same thing Yoko was saying. You move into a place and you're told, you know, the 4-story buildings, I believe at the time, were 3-story. That was as high as anybody could build. And then, boom, it got changed. And there was one sentence in Good Living. There was one sentence about, I don't know how many months ago, saying it was changed from 4 stories to 6 stories, and I didn't even see it or realize until all of a sudden we got flyers about this new place coming. And I kept trying to envision, okay, so I'm on the 4th floor, but I'm on the hill. Will I be able to see anything? And the answer is no. I lose my whole view. So you have to think about when you're putting things in like this, you're affecting everybody who's already been there. And that's frustrating for people who've lived there. And maybe in your neighborhoods, no one's building a 6-story building across the street from you. But now it is happening to me. And so I don't like it. But the other thing is, if our whole point is to be making more places for people to live, which is a good goal, why are we making a 6-story building that has like a blank interior where you could put a whole bunch more people? I mean, yes, the building should be pretty, but you could put in so many more units in that one building than you are. And if you're going to be affecting all of the people, and there are only 2 of us here, which still surprises me. I think people who live on our side of the road still really don't realize what's going on. You know, put more units in. If you're taking things away from all the people around, at least put more units in there, I think. And the other thing about the trees, there's a tree, and I took pictures of it. It's probably...
Colleen, we're over 2 minutes. Please make your point, and then we'll wrap up.
Yeah, the big thing about heritage trees, you guys had a huge flyer thing on it, and now they have a beautiful tree that's probably 7-8 stories high. Huge tree, biggest tree in a square mile, and they're taking it down, and 5 others as well. So.
Thank you for sharing your comments, and I know they'll be noted. Lynette, do we have hands raised? Hello, Lynette. Are there any hands raised for callers?
Hello, am I okay to go?
Hello?
Hello?
Yes. Are you calling with regard to the 11 El Camino Real project?
Yes, I am.
Very good. And could you state your name?
Oh, sure thing. Well, I'll just get started then. Good evening, members of the San Carlos Planning and Transportation Commission. My name is Ken Chan, and I'm the senior organizer at the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. We work with communities and their leaders to produce and preserve quality, affordable homes. I'd first like to thank staff for all their hard work that they put into the report and presentation regarding tonight's item. And on behalf of HLC, and as written in our letter, I'd like to express our support for the 11 El Camino Real proposal by Summerhill Apartment Communities, which is set to include 242 new homes, 36 of which will be affordable. These homes are situated in an ideal location due to their close proximity to downtown San Carlos and the Caltrain station. Placing homes within walking distance of both jobs and transit reduces the need for driving and improves the employment opportunities for your community members. And more importantly, these homes have the potential to provide at least 36 of your most vulnerable community members with a safe and stable place to call home. We urge you to support the 11 El Camino Real proposal. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Through the chair, Lynette did try to speak, but I think we have a technical issue, but I'm told there's 2 more speakers, and the next one should be unmuted. We'll hear from that person, and the third one will be unmuted after that.
Very good. Thank you. Our next caller, thank you for joining, and you have 2 minutes, please.
Hello, my name is David Tusman. I'm a resident of San Carlos, calling to voice my support of this project and encourage the Commission to recommend its approval to Council. I welcome this new development and its future residents into the city of good living. The proposal appears to be a sign that our updated housing element is indeed enabling more desperately needed housing units to come online. So again, thank you to this Commission and city staff for all your work on that. As noted, there's important ongoing work to improve the pedestrian and bike conditions along El Camino. I think this building could be a beacon to extend the existing downtown pocket further down the street, as was kind of the vision in the housing element to upzone so much of El Camino with mixed-use retail and housing. But I think we all know we still have a lot of work to do to make the experience of existing outside of a car along El Camino much better. I am encouraged by the questions from this committee about pedestrian ease of access to the bus, crossing the street. Really good point. Looks like that one is not an issue, but it's really good to raise these kind of questions and even to ask, as the commissioner did, of why is this providing more parking than minimally required. Also, I think that had great answers. These are all good points to consider as we all work towards our climate goals to truly shift our habits. Also glad to hear the commissioner note that the exhaust and other car pollution on El Camino is likely worse than the impact of units facing the train side, especially when Caltrain is going to convert to electric vehicles next year. So again, thanks for this work on this great project, and I strongly support it.
Thank you, David. And I believe we have one more caller. Or can you hear us?
Can you hear me, Chair Iacoponi?
Yes, Lynette. Very good. Thank you.
Okay. Next caller is Greg Greenway.
Thank you. Good evening, Greg. Welcome. And you have 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. Greg Greenway with Chamber San Mateo County. The Chamber is a business and community organization with more than 1,500 members that employ over 100,000 people countywide. I'm here to offer the Chamber's very strong support for this project. Our CEO, Amy Buckmaster, sent a letter in. Amy couldn't make it today, so I'm representing the Chamber as a board member and chair of our Transportation and Housing Committee. We have a really rigorous endorsement process that follows the whole multiple phases of each project, and the developer went through that process, and our board is very enthusiastic about the project. We think it fits San Carlos's vision in the general plan and housing element. It certainly, by providing housing, meets a critical need, not just in the city, but county-wide. And we're really impressed with the below market rate units, that they're not only affordable to moderate income households, but specifically to low income and very low income households. And that's a credit to the developer for being able to make that pencil, and also to the city for your affordability requirements. Other things we like are certainly the location, proximity near transit and services and retail and jobs, the sustainability components that Mr. Norris outlined, the solar energy, stormwater management, and really what's a cutting edge transportation demand management program. And we really like the design, the massing, as the architect described, the kind of 3-6 massing of the buildings, the setbacks from the sidewalk, the expansion of the sidewalk, which is really a public benefit. And those are just features that we thought make this, on the whole, a fantastic project. It's a great project, a great developer, super experienced, really responsible. And so we urge you to recommend the project for approval to City Council as it is proposed. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your taking the time to call in. Lynette, one more check. Any other hands raised?
Yes, we have one more caller, Patty.
Thank you. Good evening, Patty. Welcome to our meeting this evening. You have 2 minutes.
Hello. I would like to agree with the residents of Spring Street. As a San Carlos resident myself, I can tell you that what a building looks like is really subjective, and you could make it lower and leave these people their views, and nobody would care, and you could fill in the lower levels with apartments and get probably, like the woman said, more housing units altogether. So I'm all for lower building heights, especially when you don't fill the volume, and you're gonna trade off height for some open space and call that empty air some public benefit. Thank you. Doesn't make sense, but thank you.
Thank you for your calling in this evening. One last check.
We have one more caller.
Lynette, just 1 second. I just want to make sure that there are no other hands that haven't been raised but that would like to speak here in the room. I think not, but let me just check. No, very good. So please, Lynette, next caller.
Next caller is Matt.
Hello, Matt. Can you hear us?
Hi, this is Matt Glazer. I'm a fellow resident of San Carlos. I just wanted to express my gratitude to the city staff and the applicant for kind of doing a lot of due diligence and trying to meet the needs of many different stakeholders involved, and also to express my support for a building that people will want to live in. This is very much the city of good living, and by having a building that has public amenities, it is also something that is attractive and will have people not only want to be there, but also want to stay there. If we want to build a vibrant community that has many different income levels and people that both live and work in San Carlos, we want them to be in a place where they feel welcome and they can feel part of a community and able to experience the wonderful kind of climate and town we have. If we were going to build instead a single block box, it's much more likely that we would have a building that fewer people would want to live in, and frankly would then result in a lot more transients. So I think all in all, this is a win-win for the people that actually want to be here, as well as the many people that will be able to now live in San Carlos that would not be otherwise if this building had fewer units. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. And Lynette, any other hands?
There are no more.
Okay, very good. I motion that we close the public comment period.
I second that motion.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Roof?
Yes.
Commissioner Castaneda?
Yes.
Commissioner Garvey?
Yes.
Vice Chair Clements?
Yes.
And Chair Iacoponi?
Yes. Thank you. Let's start down to my left. Commissioner Roof, if you have any further questions and if you have comments or a point of view on the project, if you could share.
Thank you. I have mostly positive thoughts about this project. I'm supportive. I especially like the wide tree-lined sidewalk in front and the setbacks on the building. I think it's a great model for building pretty substantial housing along El Camino without making it feel like we're in a tunnel driving down the street. And so that's really great. And the having EV or EV ready in nearly all of the stalls makes so much sense to me, I think, going forward. And so I'm surprised that some buildings, they do the minimum 8 or something, which doesn't make sense to me. I'm very happy to hear about that. And the building looks nice. The number of parking spots, it's funny, we're kind of always between a rock and a hard spot on number of parking spots. On one hand, you don't want to have too many because it encourages driving. On the other hand, you want enough so that people aren't overflowing onto the side streets and bothering the residents. And personally, I think I'm happy enough having a few extra spots in there. I doubt if it'll drive demand significantly. The height of the building, I think that's what we'll have to live with, given the growth of the city. And we've discussed the height in prior, when the zoning rules were revised, and along with the state's input on what can be built now. So it's my view that the height is acceptable for this project. So overall, I'm supportive.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner Castaneda.
I'm also supportive of the project. I think that the location is very good for housing. It's near transit and near downtown. I think that the BMR units are well distributed throughout the building, and including even the larger units. I do think that the interior courtyard spaces for the interior units are a very nice element because it adds light and space for those particular tenants, so I would not want to see those removed. I'm very happy there's going to be solar and that the building is all electric. The TMD measures appear very reasonable to me, including the number of parking spaces and the bike parking. Unfortunately, we have to remove some trees, but the landscaping will replace those trees and add additional trees. I also like, as Commissioner Roof mentioned, the entry side of the building. It's attractive and it's large enough. It has benches and planters, which I think is a very nice feature. The height issue, again, we will have to live with that, but it is partially offset, at least by some of the setbacks and the more moderate size of the higher units. So I'm supportive of the project.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Clements.
Thank you, Chair. I like a lot of things about this project. It is a plum location, and I'm really glad to see housing going up in that location because it's really an underutilized site at this point. And really, I mapped it. It's exactly equidistant to either Caltrain site. So it's just I think it'll be a great addition to the community. I do really like to see the affordable units included in the project and appreciate the city's ordinance that makes that happen and recent changes to it. I find this a very attractive building. I like the variety of materials. The front accessible units from the street, I think really, really adds to the character of the building. I also appreciate the break in the building in the middle and a view from El Camino that's a little different as it opens in. The fact it has solar panels, there are 3 different types of balconies, but yet everything is unified and really, really attractive. So, had we not read this packet where there were any kind of concessions or, I guess, waivers given, I never would have thought that this building was anything except, really articulated, really attractive with all of the trims it needs. So. And I will just also say El Camino is the right place for a 6-story building here. I know it's hard, especially for people who spend a lot of money to try to buy in our community when things do change, but I do support high-density development along El Camino, and I'll be supporting the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And Commissioner Garvey.
Thank you, Chair. I, too, am supportive of this project. I think it's a great addition to San Carlos, providing a wide range of housing options. I really want to echo Commissioner Roof and others' comments commending the applicant on the large number of EV-ready stalls. I, too, liked the wide separated sidewalks as a part of the overall building design. The layered landscaping, a lot of thought went into that, and I think it's beautiful. I like that there are going to be a prioritization of applicants who live and work in San Carlos. The solar on the roof, the stormwater management, all electric, I liked that. And it's a detail, but it's really an important detail. Work from home pods. I think this is the first project that I've been a part of that offers that, and that's just a great idea. So kudos to whoever thought of that. And finally, I'll comment on the design. I liked the peeling back of the building as it gets taller, and I thought the use of the various materials was very harmonious. So I, too, am supportive of the project.
Thank you, Commissioner. From my perspective, first, I support the comments of my colleagues. There was nothing that you shared that I wouldn't have said, so I won't repeat. There are 6 elements that we've been asked to approve, 6 entitlements this evening, and from my point of view, there are none. There are a couple that aren't perfect, but I think they're appropriate for the development. And I think the top of the list for me is the city and the region needs housing. This will bring housing, and it will bring affordable housing in a way that shows our city is sort of putting its policy where its mouth is, so to speak, and I'm pleased to support the project. And so with that, just to check, Lisa, we should go through each one of the elements and approve them individually? Is that, or is the tentative map first, or?
I think we've set it up that you can approve them all in one motion. I just want to draw your attention to the addendum that was presented in the staff report that deals with one of the incentives that's being requested. There's a specific condition that we put in the addendum that we discussed with the applicant and reached, I think, something that staff can recommend to deal with the second incentive, which is the construction hours during the project construction. And then, just for the record, the other incentive that's requested, I think part of the analysis of staff and why we felt we could support it is the timeline of the project's 27 months, and the Caltrain electrification project should be completed and electric trains running on the Caltrain well before the completion of the project. So we felt that incentive could be recommended based upon the change in conditions from when we develop the standard that's currently in our plan. So it's an appropriate incentive.
Yeah, great, thank you for that. And I realize we didn't touch on the amendment. I know it was available to the public, and I trust everyone saw that change. So thank you for reminding us. With that, I would entertain the motion as shown.
Yes, I'd like to move that the Planning and Transportation Commission approve the request for design review, below market rate housing plan, transportation demand management plan, TDM, protected tree removal permit, dirt haul and grading permit, and vesting tentative map to allow for the construction of a new 6-story residential building consisting of 242 rental units at 11 El Camino Real, APN 045-320-170 and 045-320-220, based on the findings and for the reasons incorporated in the staff report.
I second the motion.
And I just want to make sure that included in your motion is the recommended language in the addendum that we gave you.
Including the recommended language in the addendum that was given to us this evening. Thank you.
A roll call, please.
Commissioner Roof?
Yes.
Commissioner Castaneda?
Yes.
Commissioner Garvey?
Yes.
Vice Chair Clements?
Yes.
And Chair Iacopone?
Yes. Thank you, everyone. We'll look forward to the Summerhill team bringing forward a great new housing area and units for our community. Thank you.
Through the chair, the item is over.
I'm sorry.
This is not
Thank you for your comments.
This is not public comment on that item, and I appreciate your comments. But the item is over. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
We're going to take a very short break, 5 minutes, and we'll come on back for the next item. We're going to kick things back off.
Ready here.
Okay, very good. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're moving to agenda item 8, study session for the Northeast Area Specific Plan, consideration of draft concepts and land use options. And I think we'll start with a staff presentation.
Hear me? There we go. Okay, I was waiting for that. Good evening, commissioners, and good evening to the community members who are both here in person and on Zoom. Thank you very much for being here this evening. My name is Megan Woolley Osdahl, and I'm a principal planner in the Community Development Department, and I'm the city's project manager for the Northeast Area Specific Plan. I'm also joined this evening by Geeti Silwal and Mark Asness from Perkins & Will, as well as Phil Olmstead from Nelson Nygaard. They're joining us virtually, and so they will be presenting slides later this evening as well and available to answer questions. So this evening, we are holding a study session on the draft concepts and land use options for the Northeast Area Specific Plan. Staff is requesting that the Commission provide feedback on the options and concepts that we'll be presenting to you this evening, as well as a recommendation to the City Council on the preferred option. And we really want to highlight that this preferred option we encourage it to be a combination of the draft options presented tonight, that you can, quote, mix and match and consider which pieces that you like best and you think will be best in service to the community. For our agenda this evening, we will introduce the project and provide a presentation on the draft concepts for flooding and resilience in transportation and parking. And we'll provide an overview of the 3 draft options for land use and placemaking. The city has been working with a team of consultants to support us in the creation of this plan. The team is led by Perkins & Will and is supported by a number of sub-consultants with a range of experience, as shown on this slide here. So I'll go ahead and dive in. Regarding the Northeast area, this plan is focusing on an area which encompasses approximately 145 acres. This includes the area north of Holly Street to the San Carlos city limit at Belmont Creek. And the area is bound by Old County Road to the west and Highway 101 to the east. The plan boundary does not include the greater East San Carlos neighborhood to the south, but we will be thoughtfully planning for the transition between the specific plan area and the neighborhood. We're also working with our neighbors to the north, the city of Belmont, as they are also currently creating a specific plan for the area that they call the harbor, that is called the Harbor Industrial Area, which is adjacent to the north. The city is creating a specific plan because over the past several years, we have seen increased interest in redeveloping properties in the area. As a part of the City of San Carlos 2022 strategic plan, the City Council directed staff to create a specific plan to manage and direct change in the area. The City Council also directed staff to explore the possibility of introducing housing to the area. This plan provides us with the opportunity to consider and tackle some quite big questions, such as how to support the thriving businesses that are there today and celebrate the area's long-term industrial legacy, as well as how to create easy and safe ways for people to walk, bike, take transit, and drive to the area. Also, how to address flooding and other environmental issues throughout the district, and of course, more topics. With this planning process, we are not starting from scratch. We are building upon many of the other planning initiatives that the city has recently adopted, as shown here. The city kicked off this project last fall, and we anticipate that it will take about 2 years to complete, wrapping up in October of 2024. We are about midway through the process at this point, and at this point, we have developed the options which we will be presenting tonight. As a next step in our most immediate process, city staff will present the draft options to the City Council, and this meeting is currently scheduled for next Monday, September 25th. We'll also present any feedback heard from the commission this evening and recommendations, as well as community input that we've heard in the process thus far and that we also hear this evening. The City Council will use the community input and the Commission's guidance to determine a preferred scenario or the option that they like the best, which again, we want to reiterate, could be a combination of the options. Once the preferred option is determined, the planning team will initiate the environmental analysis phase of the project. The community is invited to continue to share input throughout the life of the project. And I'm going to take this opportunity to encourage anyone who has not yet signed up for our email distribution list to do so. And you can find the form to fill that out at the sancarlosnortheastplan.com. So before I pass the proverbial mic to Perkins and Will, we really want to emphasize that the concepts and options that are before you this evening are still very much in draft form. These represent quite bold thinking to address the changes that we anticipate will come to the Northeast area, but they're also offered as a starting point. We anticipate that the preferred option will be an amalgamation of the concepts that we show you this evening. We've received a lot of very valuable input from property owners, business owners, and neighbors, and I'm going to share an overview of what we've been hearing, but first I'd like to have my colleagues present the draft options to you so that when I provide the input we've been hearing, you have a bit more context to fit in the community input. So now I'll pass the presentation to Geeti Silwal, principal at Perkins and Will.
Thank you, Megan. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Good evening, commissioners. I am going to walk through preliminary design guidance intended to create a flexible framework for a long-range plan for the Northeast San Carlos area. And this has been organized into 3 categories: flooding and resilience, transportation and parking, and land use and placemaking. We recognize that we must continue refining this design guidance in partnership with community stakeholders, so we are looking forward to your input today so that we can really develop something that has a consensus. Starting with flooding and resilience. The city wants to lead with resilience, and it's critical to study the past. And the 2 historic topographic maps that you see here show some interesting findings. The map to the left shows that in the late 1800s, our entire plan area was still part of the historic Bay shoreline. And the map on the right shows that as late as 1950s, a large swath of land remained marshland. And this area is home today to the Palo Alto Medical Foundation, the PG&E property to the east of Industrial Road. And there are other businesses along this Industrial Road in this area. Next, please. As we look at the area, it's important for us to make sense of the FEMA flood maps for this district and to understand the historic marshland area, which makes the area very vulnerable to severe flooding. And as we know from the recent extreme storm events in January and February of this year, this is an area that is not equipped to manage flooding events. Next, please. Our team has studied the existing conditions of Belmont Creek and the open stormwater channels that are located in the district, and you see them in kind of these green lines on the map. These channels are primarily there to support stormwater management. And although they're currently undersized, our studies also showed that these areas contain fragmented ecological habitat, and we want to be sensitive about that. Next, please. To begin to think about through infrastructure solutions, we are proposing using the existing stormwater channels as kind of a natural starting point and extending and enhancing them across the district all the way to Old County Road. And our aim is to design these channels so that they're not just ditches for stormwater conveyance and treatment, but a celebration of critical infrastructure and a kind of a tangible strategy to serve a resilient district. Next, please. And these green channels, we think, could be complemented with a green stormwater infrastructure for a rich network that would help improve the stormwater conveyance and use the major arterials such as Industrial Road and the Old County Road to serve multiple purposes beyond conveying transportation. Next, please. So as we think about these green streets, especially the Old County Road and Industrial Road, we want to kind of think about what a green street could look like and potentially look for how the stormwater infrastructure could be incorporated as bioswales within the public realm of these right-of-ways. And we're looking at this investment in infrastructure to go beyond just managing stormwater, but also act as heat island mitigation strategies to provide nature within this space and also habitat corridors. Next, please. The internal green channels and the extensions of the stormwater ditches that exist right now, we see these could be in the rear setback of some of the private properties and could include, be strategically placed so that they're high flow stormwater basins, but also could potentially serve as bike and pedestrian paths to ensure active transportations and a lot more richer active mode porosity within the fabric. Next, please. For Belmont Creek, from recent conversations with regional entities such as the One Shoreline, we know the development should not be allowed to be built right up against the creek. And we are proposing an aspirational setback of 50 feet from the top of bank to widen the creek channel to accommodate greater conveyance of stormwater with a regraded naturalized bank and to restore habitat and space for a publicly accessible walking trail. That was flooding and resilience. I'm going to pass it to Phil, our consultant for transportation and parking recommendations. And Phil is joining us and represents Nelson-Nygaard.
Great. Thanks, Geeti. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, Chair, Commissioners in the San Carlos community. My name is Phil Olmsted. I'm a principal of Nelson-Nygaard Consulting Associates. I'm going to review our transportation and parking work to date and some of our initial ideas. As mentioned by the team, we're eager for feedback on the draft concepts so that we can continue to revise, refine, and move towards a set of recommendations that best meets the goals of the project. This first slide highlights what we heard from the community in our workshops. It's also a great reminder of the district's overall location. This district is so dynamic and unique in part because it's near local and regional transportation assets. But when you're on the ground in the district, destinations can feel far away and streets can feel disconnected or uninviting, especially when you're not in a car. So a big part of our work in the plan is stitching and linking the district to downtown, to Caltrain, and to many nearby places, while also making sure we design and manage the streets so that all district users can move safely and comfortably. Next slide. We got lots of great feedback so far, and some key themes have emerged. We want to improve the street network to make it safe, convenient, and delightful to get around. We need to manage parking right with a proactive and district-based approach. We need to provide a suite of mobility choices if we want district users to add walking, biking, and transit to their regular travel habits. Next slide. So what are some of the ideas that will help us achieve these goals? I'll highlight again our initial thinking. These are aspirational concepts needing further input, discussion, refinement. We want to explore an enhanced street grid anchored in some new public streets. These new streets shown in dashed yellow could include an extension of Brigado to the east and a new north-south connector between Taylor and Quarry, helping improve connectivity of the street grid and providing space for a district main street that can also anchor some of the land use concepts, which will be discussed in a moment. Next slide. We want to explore the idea of what we're calling productive alleyways, seen here in dashed purple. These offer potentially additional formal connections in the street network, but they also help to reduce the loading and parking burden on key streets with some back of house options. Next slide. We want to explore paseos or pathways for those walking and biking, shown in the dash green. These paseos can provide more options for safe access for those without a car, especially capitalizing on the idea of a reimagined Belmont Creek and enhancing the F Street connection to El Camino. They can also provide another location, as Geeti mentioned, to introduce green elements and manage stormwater before it gets to the creek. I'll highlight that any new connections to the residential neighborhoods to the south would be focused on walking and biking access, not vehicle access. So as we've heard some reaction to these big infrastructure moves, changing the street network will require careful consideration based on more detailed analysis of the pros and cons. And the next phase of our work is really going to be developing a right-sized approach that supports all of the existing and future district stakeholders. Next slide. Parking came up a lot repeatedly in our conversations. In short, parking works great for some, but is a real problem for many. The future district cannot and should not build its way out of its parking problems. We don't have the land. Our streets can't allow for a significant number of new cars, and at $60,000 per space to build parking, we likely don't have the money. So we want a new approach, one that really proactively manages on-street parking, making sure those limited spaces at the curb are for quick loading and short-term trips, while also providing convenient and central off-street options for longer-term stays by employees and future district residents. Next. If we want to grow the district with less traffic, we must give people lots of options and make it easy for them to find and use them. Really essential are options to better connect to Caltrain and bus service on El Camino, both of which are due for service upgrades. Not everyone's going to take the train or bus, but if we can make that last mile connection easier, more will. We need great facilities to walk and bike and wayfinding to direct people. And finally, we want to manage mobility and parking effectively, ensuring that the city, property owners, employers are collaborating via coordinated management. And our last slide, I'll just briefly close by noting that undoubtedly transportation and parking are crucial to the long-term success of the district. And our aim is to continue to work with the stakeholders to find the right suite of solutions. And I really look forward to getting your feedback. And I think I'm going to turn it back to Geeti.
Thank you, Phil. Moving on to the last guidance, design guidance, land use and placemaking. We have received a wide range of feedback and guidance regarding land use, such as preserving the diversity of existing businesses, enhancing amenities and open space for employees and residents. There's been support for housing, especially affordable housing, and also looking to see how we can develop context-specific urban design standards. Next, please. This guidance from the community stakeholders and very many different community members has helped the city to develop two very distinct land use options. And we want your feedback and we want your guidance to evolve them to a preferred scenario in the weeks to come. It's important to note here that the city has not yet chosen, and Megan spoke about this, has not yet chosen a preferred land use option. And we are still receiving comments and feedback, and all of this is going to help us get to the preferred. Next, please. It is also important to note that we still expect that this area will change in the next few years through a lot of new private development. And the city does not own any property within the district, but it does have control over the zoning and the development standards to ensure that new growth and investment can be shaped and molded so that we intentionally are able to deliver on public benefits as these new developments come online. So tonight we're talking about the opportunity to shape the future zoning, which will ultimately have an impact when private development comes online. Next, please. When it comes to current zoning in the district is primarily light industrial. It has a maximum allowable height of 75 feet, which approximately translates to about 5 stories of commercial floor plates, with certain properties zoned for industrial professionals, which has a height allowance of 100 feet. And these are the areas that are east of Industrial Boulevard and the darker purple. Next, please. The land use designations we are evaluating consist of the following. There's high intensity and medium intensity commercial, which would allow for a wide range of types of employment uses, such as life science, biotech, creative office, while also allowing for light industrial. The preservation and enhancement of existing light industrial use is the third zoning designation. And then finally, the integration of high-intensity residential within select areas of the district is the fourth zoning designation we're considering. And the blue shaded area shown in some of these graphics kind of start to denote a willingness to institute a bonus entitlement system, which in return for additional height or development square footage, a project would need to provide certain type of public benefits. Next, please. So we have two land use options. Option one is referred to as all employment, and we'll walk through it in the next few slides. Option two has actually two sub-alternatives. Option 2A includes employment and housing in the southwestern center of the district, and that's shown in this yellow blob in the middle graphic. And then option 2B mirrors option 2A, with the exception of extending the housing to include the triangle along Industrial Road. So it's a larger footprint for housing. Now, this is not an either and an or proposition, and we can discuss the pros and cons of each of these options and determine what a hybrid preferred option could look like. So next, please. Going into option one, which is an all-employment scenario, the key attributes are, firstly, to be strategic about new types of commercial development coming into the district. And secondly, an effort to preserve the local businesses that are in the district today. Thirdly, it's trying to leverage new development to deliver community benefits and help solve some of the critical issues and challenges facing the district, and to support it to be more resilient and really promote a thriving, prosperous business ecosystem. Next, please. In this scenario, in option one, we are proposing two district gateways with ground floor active uses. One is at Industrial Road and Quarry Road, the intersection, and the other across the street from Palo Alto Medical Foundation, also on Industrial Road. The second big move is transforming Quarry Road to have a much stronger kind of a presence, and we are referring to it as an industrial main street with requirements for a percentage of the ground floor housing that we would prefer for it to have more of the production, distribution, repair kind of spaces along the ground floor while enabling other commercial uses on the floors above. Next, please. So for this scenario, this includes a higher intensity and a medium intensity commercial on the north portion of the district, which is page left here. And then with the existing light industrial being preserved south of Bragato Road, and institutional land uses for the Palo Alto Medical Foundation and PG&E, and a small triangle of medium intensity commercial at one of our district gateway sites to page right. Next, please. And this is what the land use zoning might result in, just to kind of start to bubble it out in terms of blocks. The blues and the purples are denoting all of the industrial uses of different intensity, and the pink is the institutional use. Next, please. Moving on to option 2A and 2B. These scenarios were developed with the following key attributes. Housing, we recognize as a supply, and its affordability in San Carlos is of primary concern. And the city has a responsibility to identify more areas where housing could be built over in the next 10 to 20 years. And this kind of supports the current and the future needs of the residents too. The southern portion of this district is an appropriate candidate for future housing, as it's within walking distance to public transit, both El Camino and downtown. And with the introduction of a new land use, like housing, we felt it's important for us to think about investment in critical social infrastructure and community amenities. And you'll see that in the graphics in the next slide, how we've built that into the thinking. Next, please. So our big kind of urban design moves for this option consists of a community main street on a new north-south street alignment that we have configured with required active ground floor uses such as spaces for local businesses and small businesses fronting the street to kind of start becoming the main attraction and the main kind of a community life zone. And the purple area in the middle with the heart, that's kind of denoting the potential for a new community amenity anchor. And that could be a community center, an aquatic center. And we really would be working with you all and with the community to figure out what would make sense as a community amenity anchor here. And the community hut does not need to be necessarily in this location. We just felt that need for this kind of infrastructure, social infrastructure. And it's definitely wanting to kind of propose a way to serve the residential population that we are introducing in this option. Next, please. So for option 2A, most of the district would have a medium intensity commercial with institutional land use remaining in the southeast corner of the district and residential mixed use land use introduced in the southwest quadrant of the site. We are predicting somewhere close to about 3,600 units to be added in this kind of a residential mixed use bubble that we are showing in this graphic. Next, please. And just to kind of look at it as a land use zoning graphic, here is how it looked like with the most of the area district being a mixed use, mixed intensity commercial and an institutional use in pink and an introduction of a residential in the southwest quadrant. Next, please. Option 2B differs from 2A only in the aspect that it extends the residential mixed use to incorporate the triangle in between Industrial Road and the greater East San Carlos neighborhood. And in this scenario, you'll observe that the greater East San Carlos neighborhood would be entirely kind of bounded and transitioned by future residential mixed-use zoning, as it kind of the residential zone kind of sits adjacent to the single-family greater East San Carlos neighborhood. Next, please. And in a quick kind of a zoning mocked-up graphic, we are kind of very similar to option 2A. It's just that the residential zone and the bubble is kind of larger and extends further up to Industrial Road. And a quick rough calculation shows this would yield close to about 5,200 units in this area. So it's about 1,600 more units from scenario 2A, but kind of a substantial residential hub in a neighborhood emerging here. Next, please. So quickly kind of wrapping up and seeing all these three scenarios one by one with their zoning designation, but also an overlay of the flooding and resilience kind of stormwater management framework and the streets that Phil spoke about. A very quick kind of an understanding of what this looks like. This is option 1 with all employment. Next, please. Option 2A, the frameworks for flooding and resilience in the streets continue to be the same, but it shifts, that option 2 shifts it hard to a new street and introduces housing. And then option 2B similarly keeps the same framework as 2A, but just expands the residential use to be over a larger area. Next, please. Once again, here are the quick 4 land use designations that we've been discussing and talking about. And would love your input on all of these. And with that, I'll pass it back to Megan to discuss the community feedback and on the in-progress options.
Great, thank you so much, Geeti. Before we conclude, as Geeti mentioned, I want to share an overview of the community input that we've been hearing thus far on the concepts and options. So beginning in late August, city staff and the consultant team began gathering input on these draft options and concepts. During this phase 2 of engagement, community input opportunities included a virtual community workshop, 2 in-person pop-up events, an online survey, a study session with the Economic Development Advisory Commission, a presentation to the Harbor Industrial Association, and city staff also met with representatives, property owners, including representatives from PG&E, GW Williams, and the Brigado family, as well as email correspondence with more property owners and community members. We have also sent letters to all property owners and business owners in the Northeast area, both in the spring when we began phase 1 of community engagement, and again over the summer as we launched into our phase 2 of community engagement, to share information about the process and to invite property owners and business owners to participate in the process. So for the feedback that we have heard thus far regarding flooding and resilience, we've heard support for widening the setback along Belmont Creek for purposes of restoration and access, and creating a pedestrian and bicycle path, a floodable park, and public space are some ideas along the creek, capturing and recycling water to maintain green infrastructure and street trees, and improving air quality, and really considering this an important aspect of district resilience. We have also heard concerns about the practicalities and realities of a 50-foot setback from top of Creek Bank along Belmont Creek and what impacts this would have to the properties along Belmont Creek. We've heard a need for regional collaboration to address flooding issues and encouragement to not stop planning and thinking about flooding at the boundaries of the study area, but to be in partnership with those that surround the study area. Also, a need for the importance of considering feasible projects to address short-term needs, keeping in mind that this is a 20-year plan. What can we also do in the short term? So regarding transportation and parking, thus far we've heard support for management of on-street parking, support for pedestrian facilities such as sidewalks and crossings and bikeways and green infrastructure, extending the East Side Connect project, Caltrain electrification to increase service, which in the future could be a big draw for employers, also today. Creating a citywide and even regional transportation management agency and micromobility services. We've also heard clear concerns about the impacts of the proposed Regatta Road extension, the proposed Main Street that's shown in options 2A and 2B, and the alleyway alignments. And so there's concern about the these proposed alignments and their impact on parcels and property values. There's also concern about the location of proposed green infrastructure and alleyways, again on parcels, and there has been feedback that this also may make siting buildings difficult, especially for passive and heating cooling. We've also heard the need for clarity on property owner liability for the publicly accessible pedestrian paseos as they are located on private property. We've heard support, though, from neighborhood residents about ensuring that the pedestrian paseos are publicly accessible. There's an interest around clarity about what will be allowed on the paseos, and as Phil shared, that would really be really just be walking and biking, not vehicle access. But this is especially if the paseos are connected to the neighborhood to the south. And also, we've heard a need for improving the Holly Street and Old County Road intersection for pedestrians and bicyclists to improve access to the district, especially from the Caltrain station. So really looking at it holistically. So moving into the land use options, we really heard support for providing, this is really community feedback on land use option 1, the all employment option. We have heard support for providing ample space for industrial businesses to continue and grow. We've heard an appreciation of the area today, that it's a centralized location on the peninsula for industrial businesses. And we've also heard appreciation for the office park on Old County Road and the small affordable spaces, especially affordable by square footage, that office park provides for industrial businesses. We've heard concerns about the dwindling space for industrial businesses in San Carlos and along the peninsula, and concern about the loss of small affordable spaces for industrial businesses. We've also heard about the potential loss of businesses in the Northeast that support other businesses throughout San Carlos. So during our community input, we heard examples of firms in the East Side that rely on businesses in the Northeast area, and examples of businesses on Laurel Street that also use businesses in the Northeast area. And we've heard for clarity on how businesses can expand a need for clarity on how businesses can expand if they become legal non-conforming uses if the area is rezoned. Okay, I have one more slide. I know I'm going into a lot of detail here, but I think it's really valuable for the commission to understand what we've been hearing thus far. For land use option 2, this is around housing. We've heard general support from the community, so that's mainly residents for housing in the area, and the proposed locations for housing as presented in options 2A and 2B. We have not heard from residents a clear support for a clear, strong preference for 2A or 2B. The comment is we like housing in the area, and that's what we're hearing from residents. We have heard concerns about if the properties along Old County Road become residential, that this would greatly reduce the number of small affordable spaces for industrial businesses. I mentioned that also with option 1. We've also heard feedback from the large property owner on Old County Road, and they have indicated that they are not interested in holding residential as a part of their portfolio in this location. There's also concerns about conflicts between existing industrial uses and possible new residential uses. So if residents move in, likely conflicts around noise, light, working hours, truck movements, etc. So the realities of this, and concerns about the location of the community amenity space and its impact to the current property owners. We've also heard a need for clarity on the transition between the existing neighborhood to the south and the possible new residential buildings in the district, recognizing that those buildings would likely be multi-story. For all the options, we've received questions on how much the improvements are anticipated to cost, and the realities around and the feasibilities around that. So with that, we have finished the end of our slideshow here. As a reminder, we just want to reiterate that this is a study session and that staff is requesting the commission's feedback on the draft options and concepts and guidance on your preferred option. I know that I've keep emphasizing this, but it can be a mix of what you like best amongst the 3 options as presented tonight. So with that, we conclude our staff presentation.
Thank you, Megan, and to Gidi and Phil, thank you also for the presentation. A lot of information there. Why don't we start, Commissioner Roof, and maybe we would take, let's say a couple of 2 questions or comments, and we can rotate through and then come on back.
So now we're just asking clarifying questions, and then we'll get public comment, and then we'll have
if there's something specific that you need a hand on, and then we'll go into points of view and feedback later after public comment.
Okay. The proposals vary in the amount of housing. And I wonder what the underlying rationale for 0, medium, or a lot is in terms of the number of units and the expected allotment that will be expected to fulfill the RHNA allotment for housing, how that relates to the area that you're proposing for housing now. So I don't really have a basis to understand why I should choose the larger or the smaller option, for instance.
That's great. And I will say I'm going to moderate the questions tonight, but I have a wonderful team here with Lisa Porras, Al Savay, Lisa Costa-Sanders, Geeti, Mark, and Phil. And so what I'll do is I will again moderate the questions and then pass it off to others who are also can provide more details as well. Our interest was really to provide the commission and the council and the community with options. So the council asked us to explore this, and so that's what we're doing. That was why we provided 2 housing options. It does become a trade-off between the amount of space allocated to housing versus commercial, light industrial office space. So I think that would be the trade-off. I'm going to pivot to Lisa Porras to see if there's anything you would add, or Geeti, if there's anything that you would like to add around Commissioner Roof's question around the allocation of housing and decision-making around that thus.
Yeah, and just to clarify, Commissioner Roof, if I understood your question, and maybe if you want to ask it again, was your question related to what assumptions went into the overall unit count that Geeti had mentioned during her portion of the presentation, or was it more kind of higher level discussion surrounding housing proposed in this district? I just want to make sure I understand so we can best answer your question tonight.
I wasn't sure on the unit count. I think I caught that there's 5,200 units. So I guess that was for the full potential. And how does that relate to the expected regional housing needs allocation? I want something to weigh the amount of housing versus the demand that the state has decided we need to fulfill.
Sure, thank you for that clarification. Now I can better answer it, I think. So your question relates to, the amount of housing that we're exploring in the district. That's kind of part of the discussion tonight. And what I can share, and just as a reminder, you all may remember that we just recently adopted our housing element, and our assigned number of units for the housing element was about 2,700. We included some buffer units. We ended up around the 3,000 range. Based upon conversations with colleagues in the area and in the region, and in general kind of higher level conversations with the state, we can expect to see large numbers assigned to cities in the future. So just to share, most of you may know or may not know, but every 8 years, all cities in California have an obligation to provide a housing plan and make sure that the zoning can accommodate a sufficient amount of housing units that are needed in our city, in our region, in our county, throughout the state. So for the city of San Carlos, our number went up quite a bit. So we anticipate that trend to continue for the next housing element cycle, where we're looking at between the years 2031 and 2039. So should this be an option that the city desires to explore, it would certainly put the city in a favorable position to consider where new housing could go in the long term. We have our current plan now, but in future years, this could be on the table as opportunity sites in the future. So I hope that helps.
It's a good start.
Follow up?
I guess that's I'll let my colleagues ask their questions next.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Castaneda.
Has there been a study of the current pedestrian and bicycle traffic density in the area? I see that we have there's a number of new streets and walking paths and bike paths, and I'm wondering for the need, how that was determined.
That's a great question. Phil, I will say, please get ready to hop in here. We did, as a part of the existing conditions analysis, Nelson Nygaard conducted traffic counts, and as a part of that, we also looked at the we looked at traffic data within the area and found that about 97% of folks drive to the area today, so it's very vehicle heavy. When we did the traffic counts, we also conducted pedestrian and bicycle counts along the F Street underpass. There's actually an underpass there, and we have data for that. And so we do have percentages also for pedestrian and bicyclists is quite low in the area. Again, if 97% of folks are driving to the area, it's quite low. Phil, what would you add to that?
I think you summarized it well. It's a great question. We did do counts within the last few months. So we have data not just for the F Street underpass, but we have data for I think about 10 or 11 intersections in and around the study area, and are happy to provide that that information to the commission and community if needed. But as Megan said, the current activity is quite low. I think as we're looking at these options and ideas, trying to accommodate future different types of activity within the district, and anticipating growth of employment and housing and different types of trips than there currently are.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Vice Chair Clements.
Thank you, Chair. I had two quick questions. The alternative to, with just some housing, what was the estimated unit count? I heard 3,600 for 2A. What was for 2? No, that was for 2B, was 5,200. Was there anything that was just for the base 2?
Yes, 2A was 3,600 and 2B was 5,250.
Oh, okay. So I didn't, so 2 is just generic. Okay, I was incorrect. And then just to clarify with Lisa, this area was not assuming any housing count, right? Because the specific plan was not in place when we did the inventory, correct?
That's correct.
For the current housing element. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And Commissioner Garvey.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions. Option 2B with the 5,200 estimated additional unit count, and with much of this area being adjacent to the Greater East Side residential area, I recall the commission talking on more than one occasion in the past, and I think we heard it from the Greater East Side, they wanted a transition in height between whatever it was that was adjacent to them. So this 5,200 estimated count, does that take into account, even though it's right adjacent, a transitioning of height as they had hoped it would?
It does, and Geeti, I want your thoughts on this too. It does, and we also want to share that there's actually a 50-foot easement between the specific plan area and the residential neighborhood. So there is already in place today a substantial easement. Perkins and Will has done created some draft designs for us to kind of consider that do look at transitions. We will say we also have a strategic economics is on the team. It's an economic analysis firm, and they're looking at housing analysis, jobs analysis, and they have emphasized that to pencil out, this really does have to be multi-story, mixed. Multifamily. So just for clarity of the commission, we're not looking at townhouses or, of course, single-family houses in the area. That wouldn't pencil out financially for developers. Geeti, what would you add to that?
Yes, that's right, Megan. You answered it well. Commissioner, yes, we'll have to think this is the count we shared with you. But in terms of the building form and the building typology, we'll look to transition. And our goal will be such that as we put the urban design guidelines into place and the building guidelines into place, we are not looking to negatively in any way impact the single-family homes that are adjacent, but look to see how we can gradually transition the height away from their single-family lots.
Thank you. Very helpful. And one final question. This is about the 50-foot setback from the creek. I'm supportive. I remember that coming up in the workshops. I'm supportive of a larger setback. And 50 feet may be a reasonable number. I'm curious if our neighbor to the north, Belmont, has a setback that is similar to ours, or I think it would be maybe onerous if we required 50 feet and Belmont required 25 feet, that there should be some reciprocity there. Do you have a feeling for what Belmont might be requiring?
Yes, that's a great question. So today we require 25-foot setback, and but there can be exceptions to that. One shoreline, their kind of base recommendation is 35 feet setback, but it really, in order to support goals of resiliency and the possibility of a trail, we have put forth the possibility of a 50-foot setback, and we're currently getting input on that. I will say I don't know I don't know Belmont setback offhand. I don't know if others do. Okay. I don't know Belmont setback offhand. I do know, though, in speaking with the project manager for the HIA specific plan, that the properties on the Belmont side of the creek, they're not as deep as they are on the San Carlos side of the creek. And so they just... in general talking, it's unlikely that they would move forward with a 50-foot setback because it would have even more onerous implications because their properties aren't as deep as ours. Yeah.
Thank you. Very helpful. That's all I have, Chair.
Great, thank you. Two questions for me. And the first one is maybe a little more detailed. When we're talking about this notion of moving from or in putting in some new zoning classifications or designations, how do you think about this notion of high or medium commercial density, including or precluding light industrial? Like, we've got an area that's light industrial now, and a couple of the options with the housing, like chew up a bunch of that light industrial. Where does that go? Is there space for it in your vision for in the rest of the area?
Geeti or Mark, may I have y'all take a first stab at that?
Sure. That's a really good question, Commissioner. We definitely want to see how in all scenarios we enable a future where the current businesses can thrive. And our with the zoning designation, it does not, none of them preclude light industrial. So if light industrial were to exist, that is a use that would be allowed. But at the same time, it's kind of opening up the possibility for greater intensity of uses and different kind of jobs, employment-focused uses. So kind of a rich mix of existing and new businesses to continue to thrive there. So it allows for the industrial, current light industrial businesses to continue on and under that designation.
Okay, so I'm going to try it this way. You're thinking about this as in the areas that would stay commercial, that this would be an and. They could include a wider variety of businesses, not a narrower. Like, we're not talking about a vision that has a whole bunch of office buildings and none of the kinds of businesses that are there today. It'd be plus rather than or.
That's right. That's right. Yes, in the commercial zone. So yes.
Yeah. Okay. And I do appreciate that there is a question of, and I'm sure we'll hear from people about the conversion from to residential, but I'll hold that. Maybe the other one, and this is for Geeti specifically, and you said something about we have to be strategic about what types of new commercial are going to be attracted into this area. Can you say more about what you were thinking when you said that?
We're actually, yeah, that's a great question. We're actually seeing a lot of the more life sciences, biotech kind of high-paying jobs and employment base here. And our hope is that we will, as we kind of have a more of an inclusive business ecosystem and we allow for those businesses, we're also being mindful in our zoning designation to keep some of the existing businesses allowed for them to thrive. So we are being, when we say strategic, we are wanting to kind of think about the nodes where the higher intensity happens, where the medium intensity happens, and where the light industrial happens. So that's the kind of, the use of the word strategic was about thinking about the zones of where we allow those kind of intensities.
Okay, thank you. I think you've clarified what the thought was. Let me go back. Commissioner Roof, a follow-up before we go to a public comment?
I guess I don't have any more clarifying questions. I do have, there's some things I'd like to discuss and chew on once we get to the deliberation stage.
Good. Me too, for sure. Commissioner Castaneda, a question?
I don't think so. It's the same thing. I mean, currently the area has high, medium, and low industrial, right?
Thank you. I'm going to go back to that might be tricky to switch all the way back. Currently, the area has more than one zone. It's zoned mainly light industrial. There are some planned developments, and I believe there's also some industrial professional.
That's right.
Somebody said yes. So I got it. Right. Thank you. I can go back to the slide, but it might be a little. 34. Oh, thank you.
I just wanted to clarify with what we currently have, when you get the housing added, what are you losing?
You're losing light industrial.
Light industrial.
And to be more fine-grained, you would lose an office park that along Old County Road that is home to about 200 business units.
And would you, if we could look at the map for your number 2 option, 2A, would you lose that? Where is that located, that what you were going to lose? Is it north of Taylor Way?
Yes, Commissioner. It's north of Taylor Way, along Old County Road. Not all. Some parcels go all the way to Brigado, but the whole area is light industrial. But the office park in specific is Taylor Way, is along Taylor Way and Old County up to Glenway.
So I was just, in looking at this map, if the housing was then limited to south of Taylor Way and extended up to industrial, just that one section, would that be another option? Then that would preserve those businesses along Old County Road, right?
Yes, I would say, we obviously offhand haven't done the analysis for that, of course, but that would be an option. So that could be a part of the mix and match that we've been discussing. There are currently light industrial businesses still in those areas. So it would still convert the zoning from light industrial to residential for that. It would preserve the bulk of the office park. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Clements, any follow-up question?
Yeah, just a follow-up, and thank you for pointing out where the transition would be. I mean, the original map, today's map, everything, what direction is that? West of industrial or south is all light industrial, right? So, so this is talking about conversion of some of it.
Yes, I'm sorry if y'all were looking at the map, weren't you? I was going to go back to.
That's the one I'm looking at. Yeah, and I just wanted to be clear. I understand light industrial kind of in a office park, industrial office park with 1 or 2 stories, and I kind of get that. But our densities allow up to approximately 5 stories, 75 feet. So when we're thinking through commercial densities, what kind of business would want that kind of building, as opposed to today's businesses, which are in much lower rise facilities?
I don't know the answer offhand. So Lisa or Geeti, do you know what kind of businesses would be attracted to a light industrial 5-story?
Geeti, I'll pass it to you.
I think there are very few industries that would actually be able to occupy a 5-story. And that's the reason why probably it hasn't materialized. The 75-foot envelope hasn't been maximized. So that would be, yeah, there are few such industries that would be able to stack that way.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And Commissioner Garvey.
No further clarifying questions from me.
Follow-up question?
Yeah, please.
This one. Light industrial category?
Yes, they do.
Thank you, Lisa.
That's currently allowed in our zoning ordinance.
So we do know of lots of 5+ story biotech buildings. So that kind of helps answer that question a little.
And obviously, it would also be allowed by the proposed commercial zoning, the biotech.
And just to clarify, what we may think of as light industrial uses in our zoning ordinance, there is an associated land use table assigned to every zoning designation, which provides a menu of different types of uses allowed in that primary zoning district. And R&D is one of them under light industrial.
Maybe this is implementation, and therefore it's a little more tactical than kind of the strategic that we're talking about. But let's say that we in City Council agree to changes, and there's a change in zoning code, and then we have businesses that find themselves in a place where, like, they weren't planning. How are they affected over time by regulation as opposed to by commercial opportunity? Like, they can take advantage of new opportunity, but what are they forced to do, or what are they required to do? I mean, how does that transition work, or do they have to transition at all?
I'll respond first and then look to Lisa Porras. So if a use is currently operating and then a new zone is put in place that perhaps no longer specifies the initial use, the initial use becomes what's called legal non-conforming. So that means they are a legal business, they are able to operate, they are able to go about their business. If they're interested in expanding, they could do so with a minor use permit that is approved by our zoning administrator here at the city manager is the zoning administrator. If that's the case, if that's the direction that the commission and the council take, then we will be quite thoughtful and clear about the process, especially for the Northeast area. That would kind of be, I think, a phase 2, depending on the preferred option that's chosen. So I want to say, Lisa Porras, what would you add to that?
I think you answered it. I don't think I have anything further to add. I think from a practical standpoint, if the city chose to adopt new zoning designation in the area, let's just say as shown in option 2A or 2B, businesses can continue to operate. It's only when a property owner would choose to do something different with their property. If they wanted to demolish the building and put something new, that new development would then need to correspond to all of the current zoning rules in place, including the land use rules, which would basically provide for residential. So if you have further questions on that, we can definitely dive into that, but it's...
that satisfies my baseline question, so thank you, and I don't have any more questions for staff. I think it'd be great to open the floor up to the public, because I know there's a lot of energy and we've had a lot of great input. Lynette, could I just check? Do you have hands raised for people joining online right now?
There is none at the moment.
Okay.
Oh, there's one hand raised.
How about this? Why don't we hear from the caller? I have 6 speaker slips. I'd love to have all of the people have their time. Maybe if we listen to the person that's calling in, and then we'll move to the people in the room, and I'll take them in the order of my hand, okay? So Lynette, who do we have up first?
We have Cyrus from Presidio Bay.
Very good. Cyrus, welcome. Thank you for joining this evening, and you have 2 minutes, please.
Good evening. Thank you so much for taking the call. First off, I just wanted to thank staff and the consultant team for putting in the detailed work to get this study to this current state. As you're aware, we have a project at 642 Quarry, which was recently approved, but we're also involved with 591 Quarry and 500 Brigado. And so the impact of this study will ultimately end up deciding what we can and cannot do with those anticipated projects. At a high level, applaud the development criteria and initiatives that are being set forth as a basis for this study. But I just wanted to raise a rather critical flag, which is that in order for this study to be successful, I implore the commission and eventually City Council to direct staff to be less prescriptive with specific parcels and the specific areas in which the desire for things such as bike lanes and green passageways and so on are to be implemented, and rather than allow property owners and developers to come up with the best contextual design as it relates to the interplay of our parcels, our adjacent neighbors and their proposed projects, and the public right-of-way. As it stands, some of the prescriptive identifiers or zoning uses that are being imposed, such as the community center on the 500 Brigado site, are simply unrealistic and will cause issues going forward, which I believe some commissioners have already touched on, which is to say, reduces the feasibility of the eventual developments and therefore plan to be implemented. So I'd like to just raise caution and ask that the commission allow for more flexibility to allow applicants and property owners to come forth with proposals that meet the ultimate area-wide development objectives rather than being as prescriptive as is currently shown. Thank you.
Thank you, Cyrus. Very good. Here's what we'll do. I will first start with Kate Fickle, and then we're going to move to Carlos Hernandez. So you're on deck, Carlos, and Kate, thank you for joining this evening. 2 minutes, please.
My name is Kate Fickle, and my husband, Jerry Carroll, and I own 501 Brigado Road in the Northeast area. Our tenant is BYD, which is the company that provides most of the electric buses that are used on the peninsula. Our parcel is a 1.6 acre parcel that is crisscrossed by a new road and a productive alley in the specific plan. This road and the alley would divide our property into 4 small lots of uncertain function and potential. We are here to urge you to not support this plan until 2 conditions are met. The first is that the city must acquire the resources to implement the significant infrastructure included within the plan before approving it. The second is that a critical mass of property owners and developers must be committed to construct buildings consistent with the selected zoning to assure that the plan is feasible. Without a clear review of feasibility, this plan leaves smaller property owners, such as ourselves, in a state of complete uncertainty with our properties in limbo. The plan throws a very dark cloud over the area a cloud that smaller property owners, such as ourselves, have no capacity to disperse. This follows the already drastic decision to declare a moratorium a year ago. Our fear is that if we were to seek to redevelop our property ourselves or sell to another party, we would be forced by the plan to allocate space for the road and the productive alley. There is no guarantee in this plan that the road or productive alley would ever be built. Nonetheless, we would have been required to sacrifice a significant portion of our property for this uncertain future. We believe this is not fair to us, so we specifically ask that the new north-south road be rerouted or eliminated and the productive alley removed altogether. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Carlos? And after Carlos, Lori Berger.
Hello, good evening. My name is Carlos Hernandez. I'm the general manager and representing Delta Star. We own the property on 270 Industrial Road, corner with Taylor Road. I'm here with our legal counsel, Taylor Pecta. And just to give everybody a little background, we're a power transformer and mobile substation manufacturing company with 250 employees. And that has been in that location since the 1950s. Our products are considered essential to the electric grid and deemed critical to the national's power grid by the U.S. Department of Energy. Basically, if you guys have electricity, it's because of the products we make. We got caught off guard with this proposal. And our main concern is with options 2A and 2B of the project, since these areas have always been industrial. And now it's proposed to change with the challenges that this represents. In addition, it's not clear how this proposal affects our property. This alley going through or not going through our property is not clear, and how this would affect our day-to-day business in the short term and long term. We look forward to continue providing feedback and participating, but it is a big concern for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. Lori. And after Lori, we'll have William Turner.
Hi, good evening. I'm Lori Berger. I'm an attorney at Silicon Valley Law Group, and we represent 495 Brigado LLC and Honda San Carlos. 495 Brigado LLC is the owner of the property, which is now known as 268 Industrial Road. It used to be 495 Brigado, and Honda San Carlos operates the Honda dealership on that property. Hopefully you've had the chance to review the letter I submitted, so I won't repeat everything, but want to emphasize a few key things. As a preliminary matter, my clients didn't become aware of the plan until last week when another neighbor alerted them to it, and I know there were community outreach efforts, but they never were apprised of this until last week. And their biggest concern is that all three options appear to extend Brigado Road directly through their property. And none of the renderings and none of the options actually show the footprints of the building. So it looks like Brigado Road, when you look at the map, is going directly through their existing building that they have just spent, millions of dollars to acquire. They're dealing with building permits right now with the city, and nobody ever mentioned this. So we think it's really critical that there be a rendering that shows how our property and the other buildings, the footprints are actually impacted in the parcels. So that's missing now. And so in addition to our clients' concerns regarding the ownership of the property is also under the oversight of the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. Our clients purchased the property 2 years ago and have since conducted a cleanup of the property, installed a cap that's 6 inches thick. It can't be breached without EPA. And our client, this property was in an unremediated state for decades, and our client just went in there and did a remediation and development of this property really in record time, transforming it. So our view is that before the committee makes a recommendation, we need a clear understanding how the property, our property, will be impacted by the roads, and both the roads and the Brigado extension and the other road that would go across. And finally, we're supportive of the city's efforts to address these things, but feel that the city needs to consider the implications on the existing owners and business owners and property owners. And we plan to further reach out to the planning department to address our concerns, but strongly believe that the project at this time should not move forward until these things are addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And William Turner, and followed by Howard Jones.
Chairman and Planning Commissioners, thank you for your time. My name is William Turner, and I'm representing the Ramos family. We own the property on the southeast corner of Taylor Road, Taylor Way, and Old County Road. This was a property that my grandfather purchased in 1957 when he moved his family down from San Francisco to really build a better life, to really create the underpinnings for really what is now the city of good living. He constructed the buildings in 1965, and we've been a cabinet shop that's providing custom-built cabinets to both commercial and residential applications, really just doing it the old-fashioned way as a family business. This property and this business has been in our family for 3 generations, and hopefully more. But that is seriously at stake with the proposals that are on the table for options 2A and 2B. Long story short, I grew up in this shop. I spent many a Saturday there, and you might even consider that as my first job, sweeping up sawdust for a donut and a hot chocolate, being there with my dad. Our business taught me the roots of communication, construction, responsibility, and how to run a business. It also created a spark for me to become an architect, which is what I am today. Fast forward to today. As a partner in a national architecture firm, I fully understand the complexities of zoning changes and zoning evolution over the course of cities and jurisdictions. But I was hoping that you as the commissioners, the city staff, and the council would not make the same mistakes as the other peninsula cities in terms of eradicating virtually all of the light industrial uses on the peninsula. It's a huge mistake, and it really eliminates and will destroy any hope of diversity, equity, and inclusivity when it comes to small family business in San Carlos. With regards to the report, there's a lot of great things like the stormwater, and I'm running up against time, so I'll get to my point. But let's not throw mom and pop out with that stormwater. I highly recommend that on behalf of my family and the countless other small businesses and landowners that you reconsider the housing element included with options 2A and 2B, even to any extent on Taylor Way, because the irreparable damage it will cause to those businesses. We look forward to working with you all in the future, and like many, we're actually coming to the table very late despite all the communications that are noted by staff. This really wasn't on our radar until within the last week, so thank you for your time.
Thank you, William. Appreciate your comments. Howard Jones, and then Christopher Kolb. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm happy to be here. I want to thank the city for their outreach on this particular item we're discussing. Both your staff regularly attends our meetings along with your consultant at times, so we appreciate that amount of concern. I do have some concerns in no particular order. The first is that Belmont and San Carlos have to work together on the Creek Channel. That's also the boundary between the two agencies. You can't build up one side of the creek without flooding the other side. I've talked informally to staff in both cities. Both say, yes, we should work together, but they haven't contacted each other yet that I'm aware of. So that's something that must be done. The other thing is that housing simply does not work in industrial areas. Like our previous speaker said, it displaces local business. I don't know if everyone's going to have to call Union City for a plumber, but we have places where they can operate now, and they're very important places to those families. The other thing is that the classic story of the person who buys a residence by the airport and then complains about the noise applies here too. Commercial and residential simply don't work well together. Eventually the residents complain about the forklift, so it's something to consider. We're very sensitive about that. I thought in terms of the housing, again, I don't think they work well together. I think the city has done an excellent job of high-rise housing and so on along El Camino Real. There's still lots of areas that are underused along the El Camino. So keep doing what you're doing there. That's real good. The other thing, when we talked, and I've been in this for 40 years representing the industrial property owners, when we talked to the city during the annexation battles, we were assured that one thing that would be there forever would be our light industrial community. Now, I realize that one person can't bind the city and so on, but we did business then on a handshake, and those things are remembered. We do want to work with the city. We do want things to be equitable, but we do want to preserve our industrial base. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your input tonight. And Christopher, welcome.
Good evening. My wife and I own the property on the borders, Old County Road and Brigado Road. And none of these options is that a developable piece of property. It becomes a park, a green zone, a paseo. Who develops that? How does that impact us? Well, our property value has been greatly diminished because of these proposals. I'm here to object. I'm probably not as prepared as I should be. I'm late to this project. I'm not as articulate as some of the people who have spoken before, but I think everybody has brought to your attention the concerns that the property owners have. It's not a well thought through development in that I don't see how it can happen. In an ideal world, this would be one empty piece of property and you guys would do a great job of putting together a plan. It's not an empty piece of property. There are people there that have had businesses for a long time. We've had Holiday Kennels there for, that seems like forever for me, and we want to keep it there. We're not interested really in selling our property. We just want to keep it as a viable business. We like the people that are around us, and we certainly can see people, the biotech coming in and trying to buy up everything and take over, and you're trying to do a good job of putting all that together with what's there. But it needs to really be thought through more. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments tonight and for coming in. One more check here in the room. Is there anyone who would like to raise their hand and speak? If you do, could you fill out a speaker card after the fact, but come up and state your name, and you'll have 2 minutes, please.
My name is Mark Lockenmeyer. I'm the current president of the HIA and work with Howard. Big picture strategy, the HIA has been really pushing for years and years now a plan for the infrastructure in the area. And we've done some pretty complete studies, brought in experts on terms of raising money through the tax base, an improvement district, for about $250 million to fix up this area. If you look at the current projects and what's on tap to be built, if you look at the current tax base, let's say Kelly Moore, L3, tax base is $2 million a year. When it's built, it will be $22 million a year. We feel that those monies, those tax monies, should be allocated in a way to rebuild the infrastructure with a grand plan, San Carlos, Belmont, and the county. And we've been beating this drum, Howard, for 20 years. We've seen the flooding. We want at this point, we think we have a great opportunity to put a master plan together to fix the infrastructure, which can include parks, the right-of-ways, these little streets, things like that. So we wish you would take that into consideration and see that big picture and see what you can do, because you're going to have tremendous resources when these projects get built. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Lynette, are there any other hands raised?
There are no more hands raised.
Okay, very good. I will move that we close the public comment period.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. A roll call, please.
Commissioner Roof,
Yes.
Commissioner Castaneda,
Yes.
Commissioner Garvey,
Yes.
Vice Chair Clements, and Chair Iacoponi.
Yes. Well, we heard a lot of input consistent with the what we've seen in writing, but it's always, I think, equally impactful to hear our fellow citizens in person. I think, why don't we rotate? Let's start with Commissioner Garvey. If you have maybe any follow-up questions, great, but anything in terms of a point of view or a position that you'd like to share would be good to hear.
Thank you, Chair.
And sorry, and I'm mindful that that Megan and the team are asked for what we like, what we would support, and give them guidance. And I think maybe if we get our comments through, then we'll come on back and ask each of us to give a specific feedback to that question, okay? And that way they come away with their input. So please.
Thank you, Chair. I will jump in here and start, and am very much looking forward to what my colleagues have to say and a discussion. I can appreciate that many light industrial businesses have been here for a long time, but I can also appreciate that there are new state mandates for increased housing, not only in this cycle, but in the next coming cycle. So we really need to plan now for what that might look like, and changes to the Northeast and changes to many other places in San Carlos, I think are going to be happening, or the norm, that we're going to have to start to think about those. What I like for me are option 2A and 2B, and I'll defer to which one I like the best. This is in light of the increased housing mandates that are coming to San Carlos in the future. The time to plan for those is now. So when I look at the Northeast plan that's proposed, I like the option 2A with the new north-south street. I like the residential area that is adjacent to the Greater East Side. They had asked for that, and they had also asked for transitions in height. And with the 50-foot easement, I think that is a nice transition. Having said all of that, this takes up space, and takes up space that could be light industrial. So what I might be convinced to not support is the alleyways. If we have a nice north-south Main Street, maybe we don't need the alleyways as taking up extra space. And as much as I like a community center, possibly the location of that needs to shift or change in size so that we can accommodate this new balance of housing and light industrial. So those are some of my initial thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair Clements.
Thank you. Well, you know, this is such a hard, change is such a hard topic, and planners, you know, plan for the future and try to do what's right for the community. That said, I know it's sometimes hard to imagine if change comes, how existing uses or new uses can be compatible, as one of the speakers said. Is that really true? I know that communities all over California are grappling with this very same question. And I know, you know, down the peninsula, there are industrial areas, formerly industrial areas, that have now integrated more R&D and more office, and are now integrating housing as well, to have more of a mixed-use community. So we are definitely not the only ones trying to figure this question out. that doesn't make it any easier. That said, I hear what Lisa's saying. I hadn't even thought of that. We're barely through this housing element cycle, planning for this cycle, but the planners are looking forward to figuring out what are we going to have to do next. So I had actually asked this question a long time ago, which is, are there areas of the city that really aren't hosting housing, and does that potentially work? And the interfaces are definitely challenging, so with existing uses. So that said, I would have to probably support option 2A with some housing, but also I'm very sympathetic to especially the speaker who was saying, well, what if my land is now designated for something that doesn't really have a commercial value? What did you just do to my property? So I think that there are plans for that kind of ways to address those kinds of issues. And, housing is I'm going to say lucrative activity on land, and so to the extent anyone would ever want to sell later, they might have an option for an upside. But I know that doesn't help with today's interfaces. I do think there are a lot of nice things about this plan in terms of trying to bring the natural habitat in, and regularize it more, and do investment in infrastructure. So I like all of those things. And trying to make better use of the limited space that we have with parking being smarter. So those are my initial thoughts, and I'm very open to hearing others' comments.
Thank you, Vice Chair Clements. Commissioner Castaneda.
I'm sensitive to the needs and comments of the business owners in the area, and I think we have to do everything that we can to consider their interests, consider their plans and what they have been thinking about. If I look at the sections of the plan, I think that it would be feasible to at least start with the flood reduction measures that certainly would help the businesses in the area, and working with them, I can support getting this particular work done. I had initially wanted to have housing in the area, and I'm a little bit on the fence. I'd like us to look further if there's just any place we can put some that doesn't affect people as much. And my suggestion of at least the modification to 2B, which remove some of the housing that was suggested along Old County Road and puts it all next to the existing housing, which would then make a more integrated housing unit on the south side of Taylor Street.
Thank you, Commissioner Castaneda. Commissioner Roof.
Well, I value the light industry, which we have there, but I think we're up against a pretty strong economic force, which is the introduction of a really strong biotech industry here, and I like the biotech industry. I'm in it professionally myself, but I think we have to acknowledge that the light industry type businesses that we have there will be susceptible to being replaced by big biotech buildings, which is, we're talking about an entirely different thing. And that can happen in an uncontrolled way if we just leave that zoning light industrial, including biotech, without some control over it. So I think we have to be careful there, that we shouldn't say, yeah, save the light industry, and then end up with a mishmash of big biotech buildings. I think the infrastructure plan, it's very clear we need the infrastructure work in the area, but the specifics of it, it's great to get some ideas out on the table. They catalyze the discussion. they seem a bit premature based on the feedback we're hearing tonight in terms of the specifics. You can look at the intention and get feedback. So I would like to recommend that I'm proposing that our recommendation be that those ideas be further churned with the stakeholders before settling on something specific. For housing, it seems a little arbitrary to me to say I like 2A better than 2B. Just sort of, do you want small or medium is almost arbitrary. But I do like the concept of allowing housing there because that's such a big need for our area. And so I would endorse a more flexible option of consider the extent of housing that would be needed and would be feasible given all the realities on the ground. And so a little bit more work to define what's actually needed and a little more work to define what could actually happen so that we come up with a realistic plan.
Thank you, Commissioner Roof. I think, well, a couple thoughts. First is we have, to my eye, a gem of a neighborhood that we don't have an option that says, or sorry, maybe we have the option, it's called 1, that says actually preserve and enhance what we've got because, you know, we were talking about 200 small businesses and turning those into houses. And if you extend that to other areas of the Northeast, what we'll end up with is, I think, as Geety suggested, we'll transition from the kind of skilled work we have now to high-paid tech and office jobs. And it's not clear to me that that is actually the vision or the goal of the city. And I think part of it might be the right market outcome, or it might be the inevitable market outcome, I think, as Commissioner Roof, you were suggesting. But it seems to me that preserving and defending what we have in this area is of high value to our city and to the peninsula. And therefore, my first bias goes to option 1. And then I'm also mindful that, like, we have a real housing issue in the state, in the county, and in our town. And great, we've got identified, 3,000 new units over the next 9 years. And I think as staff has helped us see, that's not going to be enough. And so having flexibility to introduce housing feels important. I don't know what to do about it, and maybe that's the point that staff is actually asking us to help them decide. They're not sure either. So, I think that when it comes to some of the detail regarding the paseos, the connecting street, the alleyways, I like the vision of what it could be. And I really am struggling on the implementation plan because I haven't seen an implementation plan that doesn't, I think it was pointed out, cut through properties and end up with small parcels. And, if we're going to be that bold that that's what we want the outcome, then helping make sure that the businesses affected are not grossly disadvantaged or disadvantaged, I think is incumbent upon us as a commission and a city. So I'm really uncomfortable with supporting the alleys and the paseos and even the new north-south street as devised, not because I don't believe in them, but because I don't see how they're going to get implemented. And if we say yes, go, then the answer will be, well, planning said go do it, council said go do it. It feels like the cart before the horse in that case. So I guess I would come back to, and I'll summarize in a second, but my bias is toward one, with a recognition that some housing would be good. I just don't know where it fits in this area, or more importantly, how to help transition from where we are today to a future area that celebrates and encourages even more light industrial rather than 5- and 6-story office high-rises. Unless City Council says that is the vision for the city and for us, in which case then I think, they're elected to make those calls. I don't see it. So I've shared my comments. Why don't maybe come back to Commissioner Garvey. Could you share some concrete things about and maybe conclude on where you'd shake out so staff has your final perspective?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate all the comments from my colleagues. I agree with, I think, just about everything that was said. This is such a complex issue, and I appreciate the discussion around what is the vision. Is it to preserve and enhance the existing types of businesses that we have, or to allow a different, more high-tech, more educated workforce to come in? Those may not be the right words. That clarification would be helpful. I personally will support an option that has more housing. This is an excellent location. It's near the freeway. It's near transit. There is a residential area right next to it. And we have state mandates that we cannot negotiate in the future, and we will need to meet those. So this part is not, in my opinion, an option for the city, that no area of the city is going to be without serious consideration for housing. So I would support an option that allows a specific amount of housing or a flexible amount of housing depending upon where it is. I thought there were some good suggestions on how to carve it out with Taylor Way. But the time, I believe, to plan all of that is now, and specifically with zoning. I also support the comments on infrastructure improvement, that the time to do those is now, and maybe starting with that is a good starting point. I like those comments that were made earlier. Those are my thoughts so far, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Clemens.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think I would reinforce what my colleague just said. I believe that as we do need to transition to a community where, she said it really well, actually, that there's no area that we think is completely off limits. That said, we want to be thoughtful about the interface between any potential housing in this area and the businesses that are around the housing. I agree that folks move places and then say, how come it's loud here? It's like, well, you chose to live in El Camino. Why did you thought it would be loud. It's loud. The train goes right there. So people have to knowingly choose those options. I do think, as our market has become more intense in use, that does bring a lot of jobs, and we want to make sure that we are not too far behind on building the housing that we need to support the jobs that we have attracted. And so over time, that does mean that we need to transition to different land uses. That's not to say today. And so I would support, and again, I'm not sure that the map for option 2A and the amount of housing is spot on. I really can't say that today, but I do think starting to have higher dense housing next to the east, the greater east side, that is within a half-mile walk from Caltrain, is a good place to be. And so, again, south of Taylor Way, definitely within that half-mile walkshed is important for us to have at least a mix of uses. So I will be supporting that. And then I'm not sure if it's within our scope, but I would be interested in hearing more about the implementation plan in terms of resources and whether, whether there are community benefits dollars that can be spent in this area on the infrastructure improvements, again, filling or addressing market impacts of this kind of plan, such as I mentioned before, if someone's land becomes less valuable because of the way the plan has been done to a great extent, then are there public dollars to help offset that and potentially purchase land here? I understand the city doesn't own land in this area, but I can't imagine that if what wants to happen is a park, for instance, of course the city would have to purchase something for a park, as an example. So I would support some form of option 2A, but with some more information potentially about resources that could be deployed here and to ease the transition from today's uses to tomorrow's uses.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Castaneda.
Well, I just think that the feasibility of doing many of the suggestions in this plan is very deeply in question. And so I can only go back to looking at what is existing there now, and I see a need to preserve that as best as we can. And as I say, I think the one area of the plan that perhaps is more feasible is the water management. And I think I could certainly approve those aspects of the plan at this particular time, working with the people who live in the area because it will benefit them too. But as far as the housing goes, my suggestion of a smaller carve-out is really, I can't say that's the best carve-out. I think it's the best place, but I would like to see everyone go back and look at it again to see if they could come up with any other areas to put a little bit of housing at least that would not disrupt the nature of this area and the existing businesses.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner Roof.
I kind of said it before, but I think the staff is asking us to designate a preferred option 1, 2A, or 2B. But I think additionally, communicating our unease with the specific infrastructure plan would be valuable. Even though I think we all agree that infrastructure work is needed, that's different than the specifics. So that's, to me, that I wouldn't want to say I recommend 2A, implying that the north-south road I'm endorsing the north-south road as it's written. And as I endorse the concept of bringing housing into the area in one form or another. I wasn't ready to exclude any of the designated area yet. I mean, the idea here is they'll focus in on the preferred option to the exclusion of anything else. And so I guess in that case, I would choose 2B, which is the larger housing option as an object of study, just to keep our options wide open there. Because there may be some compromises having that larger area to both maximize housing and make it compatible. So why restrict ourselves to the smaller plan?
Thank you. And I think I'll summarize quickly. I would support option 1 with housing, and I don't know if 3,600 units is the right step out for our city. 5,200 seems like very visionary. It may be something that we need. It feels very disruptive, and at this point in time, I would not favor 2B myself. And then I think to Commissioner Castaneda's point, the scale of the housing proposed in 2A seems right for looking at. The location, you know, staff might say, well, look, we've been working this for a year and it's the only place it can go. In which case, then I come back to having an implementation plan that allows for the right transition would be a precondition in my mind. And I don't know what those boundary conditions are that we would accept. And I think I'm where my colleagues are. I like the idea of the north-south road, the alleys, and the paseos, and I don't see how they go in. And therefore would have them be an idea but not a requirement. So housing, yes, makes sense. Preserve, enhance. Don't just, you know, I would not go with zoning that attracts more biotech. Why? Because I think we've approved a lot, and I think the market's slowing down, and we have a lot of really great jobs and really great businesses in this area, and I'm not sure what the vision is that says we need to move to something else. So, staff, did you get feedback that you're hoping for? Oh, sorry, did you get feedback, and is it full enough for you to do what you need to do next?
I would say thank you very much. Obviously, a very complex topic, so I appreciate your thoughts on the topic. I think yes, although it. Yes. I guess recognizing that there are some varying opinions on the commission, but what we will do is provide a fulsome overview of the feedback received tonight in our staff report to the council. Is that a good way to say that?
I'd just like to add something that there's a timeline in your staff report that we're in the middle of right now. So you're not making a final decision on anything tonight. You're giving feedback to the staff so that we can do another study session with the council, who's also not going to make a final decision at this point. There's a lot of things that have to happen. There's still lots of opportunity for public input on these issues because there's still environmental work that needs to be done. There's still this is the conceptual level. There's still more that needs to be done, and some of those questions that you have, in my opinion, are really good questions from the public and from the commission about, well, how is this infrastructure supposed to be built? There's a lot of practical issues with that. It's got to be funded. It's got to be designed. All those things have to happen. You know, my analogy is, you know, that it took a lot of time for, you know, our freeway system to be built. And you know what? They did this big plan years and years ago. A lot of those freeways didn't get built because they weren't feasible. They weren't desirable, or for whatever reason there wasn't funding for them. These things. My look at this plan was that our consultants and staff came up with, hey, this would be a really beautiful enhancement to the north area if everything comes together, but sometimes plans don't all come together, and I think we have to study all that and then come up with what works and what the community can support and what the council and the commission in the future will support. So again, just I think we're in the middle of the timeline, but in a lot of ways we're trying to get to that final product, and it's on a conceptual plan. A lot of times you put in things that you'd like to have, but won't come to fruition. But the essential thing, I think the staff, you correct me if I'm wrong, Megan, but I think is housing possible in this area? I think we heard some direction from the commission that you're interested in looking at and asking the council and see what the council says, but looking at housing in the area that works. Let's be general about that. But I heard very loud and clear preserving the development patterns in there, but probably some idea of enhancing them to look forward to the future is, I think, important too. That's what I heard, but
Good summary.
Okay.
Yes, thank you so much for your thoughtful conversation, and thank you so much to the community members that came tonight. So, thanks.
Very good. Thank you, everyone, for attending. We appreciate your input. I think as city attorney has described and staff has said, we're on a journey, and you'll all be able to attend the study session with city council and listen to the conversation there and participate as well. So in the middle, not at the end. Can we take pardon, please, Commissioner Garvey?
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick shout out and a thank you to Megan and Lisa and the team. This was a lot to cover tonight, and you guys did a really good job. There's people on Zoom, I know, backing you up, but you guys did an outstanding job, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Can we take a 5-minute break, please, and we'll a 6-minute break. We'll come back at 10:35.
Through the chair, I think that I may be wrong, but I thought you had a rule that you end the meetings at 10:30. I could be wrong, and that rule may have expired. But
it might be. I was thinking it was 11, and I was, but Lisa, guide us.
I think I don't think it's not by ordinance like at the council level, so we really have to do it at the council level, but setting expectations for the commission, how 5-minute break, and then do you want to vote to determine how long you want to go tonight, or?
I would like to do that. I think we have 2 specific crossing issues, and it's not clear that we're going to get through both of them this evening, and but I guess I don't know if we can take them separately.
Right. They're on one agenda item, but I mean you can control the order of how you want to review that.
And Commissioner Garvey, I think you need to excuse yourself. Is that correct?
Used from the Alameda crossing, which I had requested be second, then I can simply leave the chambers.
Okay. How about this? Can I suggest we do the industrial crossing? And no, let's take a very quick break. We'll do the industrial crossing, and then we'll, if we're beyond 11, I think we continue the item.
Well, that's kind of, we've been here so long, waiting, and then tell us you're going to cancel. Well, I just canceled plans. We had to make a babysitter. Plans change. He's got a babysitter. I got to go to work in the morning very early. I'm a pharmacist. And then, come on, let's make this.
We're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 10:35.
Okay, then we're going to go.
Thank you. 7-minute break. Thank you all. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to take this item. We're going to work it through. Hopefully, we'll get to a conclusion tonight, and we can have good input from the public, a good conversation here, and reach our conclusion, and then folks can then head on home. Commissioner Garvey, do you want to say one more time?
Yes, just for the record, I live on one of the streets that is being proposed for the second item, the Alameda crossing, and I've been told by the city attorney that I need to recuse myself from that item. So I will participate in the industrial road discussion, and then I will very quietly exit before you start the Alameda crossing.
Great, thank you very much. So, mid-block crossing project. We have a presentation.
Okay, good evening, Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for having us this late in the evening, and thanks for the residents who stayed this long in the game. We are here to talk about the two proposed mid-block crossings. The purpose of these crossings is to respond to residents' requests to crossing enhancements and increase accessibility to comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act. We would also like to improve pedestrian safety and improve path of travel for all modes of transportation. There are two locations for this project. The first location we will discuss is on Industrial Road. We will get your feedback on that, conclude that item before we move on to the second location, which is Alameda. The scope of the first one on Industrial Road is installation of a high visibility mid-block crossing near 1599 Industrial Road, which is kind of close to the 24-hour fitness. It will have ADA ramps and rapid flashing beacons. Back in winter of 2022, our consultant did a crosswalk warrant analysis at this location. Industrial Road is posted at 35 miles of speed limit. Average vehicle speeds bidirectionally is roughly 40 miles an hour. It carries 11,400 cars. At that particular block that we're considering the crosswalk, we had 36 pedestrians crossing, 3 bicycles, and the 5-year collision history in this block had 15 accidents in the 5-year period. 2 of those were pedestrian right-of-way violation accidents. This location does meet warrants for crosswalk. As you can see in this picture, since this is a wider roadway with higher volumes and faster speeds, we felt that it would be safer to put the rapid flashing beacons on mast arms so they would be visible from a farther distance. This increases the visibility of pedestrians who are in the crosswalk and also in the curb ramps waiting to cross. There's existing red curbs along both sides of the roadway, so there's adequate sight distance. No extra additional red curbs are being proposed at this time. We sent information about the project to adjacent property owners. We also notified the 300-foot radius of the project, of the design, and tonight's PTC meeting, and we have received no comments on this item. This concludes the presentation on Industrial Road crosswalk. So at this point, I'll take any questions you may have.
Great, thank you for the presentation. Commissioner Garvey, clarifying questions?
None from me.
Thank you. Vice Chair Clements?
Is there a diagram where the crosswalk would go? I see a picture in the packet with zone 1, 2, and 3, and I don't have my bearings, I guess, from this image. What is 1599 Industrial?
The zones you're referring to are when they did the jaywalking study to see how many people were jaywalking where, and that's how they determined it should go here. It's kind of difficult to see because there aren't very many landmarks. You're very close to 24-hour fitness, and some industrial uses is really not a very clear cut.
Are the cars at the bottom, that is the 24-hour fitness site, right in front of it?
I believe so, but I'd have to double check.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Castaneda?
I don't have any clarifying questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Roof?
None.
Very good. And none from me. Okay. And then with that, are we going to then move to the next intersection?
Yes.
Sorry, did you? Sorry. I skipped over that because I didn't have any speaker cards for public comment, but that's my oversight. Lynette, are there any hands raised for public comment for this particular item?
There are no hands raised.
Okay. Thank you. Then I would move, well, can we close public comment on this item? I have no speaker cards on this intersection, no. Okay, so I motion we close public comment on the industrial road crossing.
I second that.
Commissioner Roof?
Yes.
Commissioner Castaneda?
Yes.
Commissioner Garvey?
Yes.
Vice Chair Clements?
Yes.
And Chair Yakaponi?
Yes. Discussion? We have none. Do we, so what's our procedure now? Do we wait till it's all at the end and make one conclusion?
I think you, because of Commissioner Garvey's conflict, I think we can separate the two items as two different actions. I'm looking at the recommendation, and it's to provide staff with any comments or feedback on the proposed design.
Very good. So let's just check for support. Commissioner Garvey, would you support this?
Yes, I would. I appreciated your comment that the higher speeds on industrial warranted the rapid flashing beacons. I thought that was a good recommendation that I would support.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Clements?
Thank you. My family belongs to 24 Hour, and we have had to dart across the street to park. And I agree the sight lines are sufficient, but I would like to have the security of a crosswalk. I'm very much in favor of this location.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Castaneda.
I think the statistics that you gave support the solution that you've come up with, so I support it.
And Commissioner Roof.
I think it'd be useful to have that crosswalk there, given the speed and the width of the road. It's a dangerous crossing. So I support the crossing and the apparatus.
Very good, and I agree with my fellow commissioners. I support the installation.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Alameda de los Pulgas.
Yes, the second location is Alameda de los Pulgas at the intersection of De Anza and Hilltop. The scope here is installation of a high visibility crosswalk with ADA ramps and rapid flashing beacons. As part of this, to make the crosswalk visibility better, we are proposing some red curbs on Alameda de los Pulgas, and we're proposing some reconfiguration of the intersection of Hilltop. I'll get into more detail when we get to the plan. The same crosswalk warrant study was done for this location as well in 2022. This segment of Alameda, speed limit is 30 miles per hour. Average speeds are 35. It carries roughly about 9,900 vehicles on an average weekday. At the time of the study, they counted 38 pedestrians crossing at the intersection. Bike counts were 14. Thankfully, there were no accidents in the 5-year study period. They also evaluated sight distance. There is adequate sight distance on Alameda, however, there is not adequate sight distance on Hilltop. The crosswalk does not meet crosswalk warrants at the moment. However, our consultant who did this study recommends that we install one anyways, and we agree. And the reason is the demand is already there. We have heard from the residents who want to cross, but they're too scared to. They have to walk all the way down to Eaton just to cross at the safety of the stop sign. We have heard and seen residents who just dart across the street amongst parked vehicles, and we've heard residents who just alter the route to go somewhere else to walk the dog so that they don't have to cross here. So we know that demand is there, and we are within 10-15 minutes walk shed of White Oaks Elementary. There is the Presbyterian Church, so we know that if we improve the infrastructure and make it safer, more people would like to cross, and this could be a more preferred pedestrian route. The location of where it's proposed is slightly north of De Anza Avenue. This is a very complicated intersection. You have vertical challenges, as this is the crest of two curves that are coming together. You have De Anza and Hilltop both coming in at pretty significant skews. To make the pedestrian highly visible in this crossing, we have to make some red curbs to allow them to be visible. So if when somebody is turning from Hilltop or coming up on Alameda in the northbound direction, they don't just land on top of the pedestrians because they didn't see them. So we want to make them as visible as possible to make it as safe as possible. In order to do this, we have to bring in Hilltop Drive in a more 90-degree angle and narrow it down as much as possible. This will force only one vehicle exit at a time and will force them to turn at a much slower speed and give them more time to react to the presence of a pedestrian in the crosswalk. By the same token, on the other side, removing those parked vehicles from that side will increase the turning speed onto Hilltop. So we're proposing that bulb out on that side of Hilltop to kind of force them to take a tighter turn, which would be a slower turn as they're turning into this neighborhood street. So that's the logic behind all the red curbs. We sent the project notifications to the 13 property owners that were adjacent to the project. We have met one-on-one, had phone calls, emails with several of the neighbors and have received their input. We also sent notices to the 300-foot radius of the project and notified them of tonight's PTC meeting. We have not heard anything from those folks, but these are the summary of the comments we have heard from the adjacent property owners. There is great interest in increasing safety at the intersection, especially with regards to turning movements and their speed. There is interest in reducing speed on Alameda de los Pulgas as a whole, and this would include coordination with Redwood City. And there are some concerns on removal of parking. This will give a summary timeline of where we have come from and where we're going on this project. In fall, winter of 2022 is when the study was done. Once the recommendation was made by the consultant, we onboarded a design firm to do the design of the intersection. And since then, we've been going through iterations of design to come at this 100%, which is where we are now. We are seeking your input on the design. If you have any recommendations or feedback, we would love to have it. At that point, we've already heard from the neighborhoods. Once we have your comments, we will take it to City Council. We will modify the design if there's any tweaks, and then we'll go to City Council for approval. We hope to go out for construction in the spring and complete the project by early summer. That concludes the presentations. I'll answer any questions.
Thank you very much for presentation. Vice Chair Clements, questions?
Thank you. Could you go back to the slide with the red curbs? So does the red curb mean that no one's allowed to park along those curbs?
Correct.
And how many spaces are impacted there?
So I'll read you the dimensions on the south, on the De Anza side. The first space is 23, so that's one parking space. The one next to that is 57 feet. On the other side, on the Hilltop side, just next to the crosswalk is 65 feet. At the curve, we're planning on marking it red, but technically that is already a no parking zone because you are within an intersection, and by the vehicle code, you're not supposed to park there anyway. But we like to make sure that there is no confusion, as we don't have that many officers out there able to enforce, and it's just easier to mark it red, more clear to everybody. On the other side, if you look from the right side of your picture, the first one is 31 feet, and then the second one is 18, so technically that's also within the intersection and also not long enough to be a parking space. The next one right next to the ramp, the ADA ramp, is 9 feet, also not wide enough to be a parking space, and the big one next to the bulb out is 44 feet, so that would be 2 spaces.
Okay, so I just heard you say 1 on the 31, 2 on the 44.
65, 23, and 57. So
5.
that's 3 and 2.5. 2.5.
So 5 spaces total, but
Yes.
certain properties affected, obviously.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Castaneda.
There's a stop sign. Is there a stop sign at Hilltop now?
There's a stop sign at Hilltop now.
And so you're proposing putting in, I thought I read in the proposal you were going to have a island in the center of Hilltop. Did that change?
That was one of the designs that we looked at. However, without making Hilltop a right in, right out, there's really no practical island that you can put in here that's going to do the job and not get plowed.
Well, good. Actually, I didn't like the island. So.
Yeah, we've been through so many iterations. This is a very complex intersection.
Okay. And so I'm thinking on the crossing from the crossing on Alameda, people coming from De Anza, is there a stop sign there?
Yes.
I'm just not sure of the need for the red curbs there. Such extensive red curves there.
The first, they're just there so that if there is a pedestrian waiting in the sidewalk wanting to cross, they're visible as the cars are approaching. We don't want the vehicle to see the pedestrian in the middle of the crosswalk. We want them to see them before they enter.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Roof.
Those were my questions too, answered nicely, so I have no additional.
But my area of question is in the bulb out on Hilltop. And I jotted down something about, well, removing the parking is going to increase turning speed.
Correct. Because right now you have vehicles that are parked all along that curve. When the cars are coming north on Alameda and they want to make a right on Hilltop, they have to go around those cars. So they have to make somewhat of a tighter turn, which is slower. Once you remove those cars, it's wide open for them to turn. And if you don't have the bulb out, it's just really wide, and the skew is very inducive of faster turns.
Unless there's a car parked there.
Which would take the risk of getting hit.
Okay, but that risk exists today?
It does, but to a lesser extent, because the cars are parked.
Okay, my questions are answered for now. Vice Chair?
Could I just clarify your answer there? So with the bulb out on Hilltop, the traffic slows whether you create the bulb out or whether cars are parked there. Is that true? And is that entire 44, that's some of that is in the intersection technically?
Correct.
Okay, so there should be some red until you get out of the intersection. Does that still leave space for one car to park instead of creating the bulb out? I mean, why is the bulb out superior to allowing a car to park there? Both would slow the traffic, right?
The bulb out is wider than what the width of one car would be, so it's definitely it tightens the intersection more. And parked vehicles aren't going to be there all the time. So safety-wise, it's safer, but it's a trade-off.
Okay, thank you.
Let's move to public comment. I have speaker cards, so Roy Hendrickson. Roy, please come on up. Thank you for your patience this evening. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes. Hello, Stephen. Okay, go. First of all, Roy Hendrickson, I live at that corner right there. We lived there 42 years. All of us here, over 80 or 90 years right there at that intersection. We're all affected by that parking space. City of Good Living, you're supposed to help us. We have cars parked there all the time. 42 years, there's not been one pedestrian accident. There's only been one car accident, and that was a drunk driver speeding that stole the car. And that's the only accident that's ever been there. My car's parked there 90% of the time. Now, when I ask when this happens, there's going to be 5 cars that have no place to park. So I asked Steve where we can park. He says your garage or your driveway. We park on the street, so that's fine. We can't park anywhere because with that, I lost my track there. But anyway, we lost so many. We had to park up the street near her, and people started to complain. We were just putting our cars up there to show what it would be like. No one can go up the street. It gets this narrow. And besides, she's talking about turning around that corner really fast. There's a big dip right there. So you hear cars all the time hitting that. So they don't go flying up there like that. So anyway, you know, we asked for 30 years. I've written notes. Everybody's come to these meetings about slowing down the traffic on that intersection, and nothing has ever been heard. We've been lied to 3 times. We were told we couldn't put bumps because of fire trucks, but we found out that they put the spaces in, fire trucks can be used. We were told they couldn't put between 2 cities, Redwood City and San Carlos. We found out with coordination and work, that can be done. And also there was another lie to us. So I am tired of trying to do this the legal way and getting lied to. And my 42 years there, and they're going to take my property value down. I lose all these parking places. I have a handicap, so I need a parking place. I'll have to park 3 houses up and walk to my house every time when they do this, because I have 1-car garage, and there's 4 cars in our family right now, sometimes more. I have kids that visit, parents, everything else. They have no place to park. No place to park. They'll continue. City of Good Living, let's make this our city of good living, not the people driving through it. Okay?
Thank you. Kevin, you're up. And after Kevin, Bill, and then Mara.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Kevin Meilinger. I own 97 Hilltop Drive in San Carlos. The first notice is about this project. We're actually sent to 97 Hilltop Drive, Redwood City. Thank you, first and foremost. So Alameda has a clear speeding problem, and I'm genuinely happy that we are addressing it this evening. To me, there's 2 major parts of this project. The first one is the actual crosswalk part itself, which is west of De Anza. And the second part of it is the red curbing and curb extensions on Hilltop Drive. The first ones I wholeheartedly agree with. I do think that we need a genuine crosswalk to help both my family and I and the residents crosswalk safely. The second one, the red curbing and the curb extensions, does feel like an afterthought, and I believe that it will do more harm than good to the neighborhood. There are 3 critical components as to why I do not think we should move forward, or at least rethink the Hilltop Drive part of the situation. First and foremost, the core of the project is to slow down Alameda. As you saw from the data that was presented from the team, the data was on Alameda, it was not on Hilltop Drive. I would hate for us to hastily interfere with our beautiful neighborhood street, adding 44 feet of pylons that get hit down all the time, especially at the intersection of Howard and Alameda as well. Secondly, the inconsistency. There's no curb extensions on De Anza or any of the other adjacent streets. Also from the other crosswalks on Howard as well, they haven't the need to have a bulb or any kind of red kerming out, so it would be inconsistent with what's been gone in the past. And last but not least, I do think that there is common ground. I do think that there could be better ideas, such as a potential three-way intersection stop at St. Francis and Alameda, or later on down the line, even another crosswalk in a different location to slow down all traffic. That's it.
Thank you, Kevin. Bill, welcome. Thanks for hanging around. Mine too.
A couple things. So I live in that same intersection area too, also. And I agree with the crosswalk. So, but my heartburn is with the red striping and the bulb outs for that intersection. Hilltop, when it goes up, it's a short street. It's got a little turnaround at the top. Very little traffic actually goes up and down there. So doing those bulb outs, I don't quite understand the purpose for that. And then all the red striping, I'm assuming it's for line of sight. But again, you don't have that same issue on Howard in other areas, so that doesn't make sense to me. Also, too, in the documentations that the city website, it also says a pilot curb extensions. Well, I'm not sure what that is. Is that a pilot program with this, or? So I'm not sure what that is, but if it is line of sight, I don't understand why it seems to be going way south on Alameda, which affects all the parking. There's parking issues, so it's just going to push it to other areas. So thank you.
Thanks very much. And Mara, did I say that right? Yeah. Welcome.
Okay, so my husband Chris and I are residents for over 15 years. I've been to the committee and expressed my concern about Alameda twice before. I have, from your questions, it's clear you haven't driven it. You haven't driven it during peak times, and you haven't tried to make that turn or park on Alameda at that area. So I encourage you, do that tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, go do it. So I can't read my writing because it's so late. If you don't control the traffic, you're just going to continue to make the problems. You're taking away the red striping, or you're putting the red striping on. You're taking away our parking. We've already addressed this once to the city, and I get the impression I know why, because someone has a problem making a turn on Hilltop. Again, not much traffic, but a couple people have problems, and now you're going to penalize us for the parking. And what warrants not putting a stop sign at St. Francis and Alameda? The study was 1 day. 1 day. All you had to do was study it for a little bit longer and back up. Go to Garnet, go to Emerald. Who's making the left-hand turns to go down those streets to Eaton to make the right-hand turn to make a left on Alameda? Or going all the way down to Howard, where they have a stop sign to make a left. There's not a chance for people to turn on Alameda, and now you're going to take it away from us of being able to park safely. I bet twins at home, I can't park in my driveway and pull out. I'll get hit because people are flying down Alameda. Address the speed, address the red parking, taking that away from us, and drive it yourselves.
Thank you very much. Come on up.
Is there any way to put the map up while I talk that you have with the red line? Thank you so much.
Please introduce yourself.
My name is Steve Robinson. I live at 96 Hilltop, so my backyard will be just on where the crosswalk's going to be.
Welcome, Steve.
Thank you.
2 minutes.
I'm a retired police officer. I did 20 years of law enforcement. I worked for the district attorney's office for 6. I was a traffic officer for 2, and I sat in traffic engineering meetings for those 2 years. So I'm well aware of Alameda, the speeds on Alameda, and the things that we need to do engineering-wise to slow it down. I also believe that we need to educate our community, our public that live in the area of the concerns that we have. And then lastly, we find any type of enforcement, or try to get as much enforcement as we can in that area. The crosswalk laws themselves have changed in January, right? There's no more jaywalking. People can cross the street wherever they want as long as they do it safely. You can't enforce it. The other law is that you can go through a crosswalk in your vehicle as long as you feel that it's safe to go through that crosswalk. You do not have to wait for the person to cross the entire crosswalk anymore. It's under the discretion of the police officer to say whether or not it's safe or not. The statistics, and I don't know how long you did the study, but 38 people have crossed that area. I can tell you right now, my wife does it 4 times a day and does it no problem. I do it twice a day. So now you just took 6 people right there. My kids probably do it 4 more. So now we're lowering it down to 10. So you have 28 strangers that I don't know that cross it, but I probably do it's my neighbor. But my point of the whole thing is that it's not the crosswalk I have an issue with at all. I'm with them. It's the parking. You're taking away all the parking that are now going to affect my residents in front of my own home. My car has been broken into 5 times since I've lived there since 2001. 5 times. I'm a police officer. I stay up late. I wake up to things. I get out in the middle of the night. I've been in that street. I enforce it the best I can, and I try to keep the best relationship I have with my fellow residents in the area. But I also like to park in front of my own home. I have 2 80-year-old parents, and I have an in-law that's 85. They come over and visit constantly. If they have to go up the street or down across the street on De Anza, I'm sorry, my time is up. I'm just concerned on that. If there's a way we could sit down and reevaluate their traffic program, their parking, this is their idea, put a little bit more consideration into it. I like the thoughts that you had about why are we taking all the parking away. In my opinion, there's 15 spots you're taking away that park there every day. 15 cars to my count on an every day. They're gonna have to move up the street. And I understand that Miss Garvey's not here, she lives on our block. Her house is gonna be affected too. And that's all I have to say. And I appreciate you guys taking the time. I appreciate you staying late to listen to us. And I thank you very, very much. And I hope we come to a resolution and it's safe for everybody. So thank you.
Thanks for taking a minute. Please turn in your speaker slip. Steve? Yeah. Speak. Yeah.
The red is totally, completely covering our whole property. And as my husband said, we've been there 42 years. The reality of things, the Alameda has been a speed zone. And they say it's 5 miles over the speed limit. Literally, I've sat in front. We did a whole remodel of our landscaping this last year. I sit, I observe. Cars are going 50 and 60 miles an hour, and sometimes at night you hear them just foot on the pedal speeding. So that's late at night, but the traffic is incredible. That's where we need to slow things down. We tried and asked over the years multiple times if they could communicate with Redwood City. We were told, no, you can't because San Carlos is here, Redwood City there. We can't get crosswalks. What we're trying to see is if the city of San Carlos can, in fact, talk with Redwood City, get some stop signs like Mara and others have said. St. Francis would make sense, possibly down at Ridge, which is north of the crosswalk, because what you're going to get are the people's coming north and south. They're going to get that crest. They're going to be doing those speeds, and when they get there, they see the light flashing. Those first cars are going to put on their brakes, and the people coming behind are going to hit them and push them right through the crosswalk to the person crossing. I do not see, by putting that bump out there and narrowing Hilltop, if anything, it's going to cause an issue with the cars going up and back. And like one other thing, I don't know if my time is good still, but what Mara was saying, people don't want to always cross the Alameda, so they'll go to Emerald and to Garnet, and you see the backup at Eaton. If we had more 3-way stop signs on the Alameda to slow things down, there would be safer areas across the board for everybody. And the one last concern I have about our red zones, They don't routinely do street cleaning. And I stopped the man because after we sent a notice to the city and said, they're not coming around. The next day they came. I went out and talked to the gentleman, and I asked, if they had these bump outs, what's going to happen with the cleaning? He says, we can't get within 5 feet of it. And I will tell you now, we have grease from the way the water flows. We're right at a spot. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Issue there also.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you for sharing your comments. I should check with Lynette. Do we have any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, very good. I'll move that we close public comment.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Roll call.
Commissioner Roof?
Yes.
Commissioner Castaneda?
Yes.
Commissioner Garvey is gone. Vice Chair Clements and Chair Iacoponi.
Yes. Commissioner Roof, comments, point of view?
The bump outs on Hilltop seem maybe a bit of overkill to me, given the impact. I agree. I drive on that street very often, on Alameda very often, not Hilltop, but Alameda very often, and I agree that the speeds seem high there, and there's an issue. Putting a crosswalk with flashing lights might help that, so that's sort of a plus for me. So the numbers that the sample size that they use for assessing the rate seems rather small to me. Just looking one day, small number. I'm surprised about that, but I think it makes sense to have a crosswalk on Alameda, and that only would impact a few of the current parking spots. So that's probably where I would land, is endorsing half of it and not the other half.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Castaneda?
I think I would agree with that. The crosswalk on Alameda itself makes sense to me, but I don't see the need for the bump outs, and that would restore the parking there. I mean, from what I'm hearing from everyone is the speed is the issue, so I don't know whether, this question is for staff, we need to look at that further to see if stop signs are warranted. You know, I don't know if that's been looked at. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and Vice Chair Clements.
Thank you, Chair. If I could ask staff, has a three-way stop been looked at for St. Francis at Alameda? I can imagine that it would both really slow down, and it would, I am one of those people who goes, down Garnet and then over on Eden, because I can't take a left in the morning on Alameda, coming out St. Francis. But has that been looked at? Is it safe to do one there?
It has been looked at, and we have gotten that request several times. Stop signs are not a speed reduction tool. They are there to assign right-of-way, and Federal Highway Administration has mandates on where we can and cannot put a stop sign. Those warrants must be met. We can't just randomly put them in, because if you do, then it's a liability when an accident happens. So we have done a warrants analysis for St. Francis and Alameda, and it does not meet warrants. Additionally, we already have a stop sign at Eaton, and that causes tremendous backup of traffic during peak hours. If you put more of these along Alameda, there's just going to be more of those. And typically, human nature does not like to sit behind stop signs like that. So they tend to turn into neighborhood streets to get away from those more.
And just understanding why the warrants are not met, whatever that phrase is it because of the the crest of the hill, that there's not very much visibility for the upcoming stop sign?
Oh, no, there's formulas and numbers that go into this: crash history, volume of cars, volume of pedestrians, angle of the roadways. There's a number of considerations that go into the calculations to say if a location meets it or if it doesn't, and this location did not.
Okay, because there haven't been enough documented problems. I wanted to thank the speaker, Steve, for talking about the law changes and crosswalks for this year. I was not aware. I was partially aware, and I appreciate the more full explanation. Some way to slow traffic on Alameda, I believe, is important. If stop signs are not technically the right way to do it, and that other location is not appropriate, I guess a crosswalk here is a decent idea, but I also believe that the bulb out would mostly be benefiting the people's cars who park there, and it sounds like they do not want that benefit. And so, so that there is not much marginal benefit for that, and there's definitely a detraction for the owners there. So I don't like to play traffic engineer though, so I apologize to staff, but that seems a little excessive to me.
Thank you. Thanks, Vice Chair. I am supportive of the crosswalk. I dabbled as an engineer at one point, but I'm not one, so I'm not going to speak as one. But to my eye, on the north side of Hilltop, the bulb out there and the reconfiguration of the turn makes sense, so I would support that. On the south side of Hilltop, I'm not supportive of the bulb out, and I understand staff's recommendation for improving sight distance so that people who are trying to take a left turn, given the speed of traffic, have a better chance of that clear space, recognizing that that takes away one more parking space. So I'm supportive of staff's recommendation, but I would not support the bulb out, and I would leave those two spaces. Yeah, period. So, do we have a motion that we're being asked?
I have a clarifying question. This warrant, was that the fact? What was the word? The calculation that's done to justify putting in stop signs also applies for putting in a crosswalk. And that was not met for this one?
Correct. So it's not met because the numbers aren't meeting the requirements. You would need, I believe, an additional 16 pedestrians to meet it. However, the consultant is recommending to put it in because it's too scary and people are not crossing it, is not because the demand is not there. So they feel that if you put it in, it would meet it and beyond.
I guess that makes sense. If you build it, they will come. So,
Do you have a follow-up?
I wasn't clear. I mean, so your proposal was one of the build-outs, but not the other.
Do you want to put the drawing back up? So going northbound on Alameda, before you get to the Shark's Teeth, as I understand, the staff are proposing to reconfigure the stop sign, and in that northeast corner, put a bulb out and, what do you call those white things?
Delineators.
Delineators that are going to get... I asked if we had budget to replace them as well. I would support that. I'm not supportive of the one across the street on the southeast side, the smaller one, the 44-foot curb length. And really the reason is to not have two cars at Hilltop vying for a left turn and a right turn but to have one exit onto Hilltop. Probably as the intersection at one point coulda, shoulda, woulda been designed. So that's my input. Do you need like an unanimous point of view?
No,
Do
we're
you
just
need input?
looking
What-
for feedback and comments.
May I ask one more question, Chair?
You may.
In front of 1619 Alameda de las Pulgas, the red curb there at the 31-foot stretch, is that technically in an intersection? It looks a little farther away.
So there is no statewide definition of what is considered within an intersection. Most agencies define their own via an ordinance, but we don't have one. So, but considering this is such a large intersection and you have the other side of Hilltop, it's kind of cut off by the legend, but that's the Redwood City leg of Hilltop coming in, it would be within that intersection.
I'm not understanding the intersection then.
So there is a fifth, there's a fifth leg. There is another side of Hilltop that's coming straight up.
Oh, straight.
Yeah, it's kind of cut off by that legend box.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
It's within that intersection.
I actually have tried to park there. I actually did pick something up at a house right near there and with fast speeds. And to me, that space is marginally safe. Obviously, the 18-foot one is not. So anyway, I would like to minimize the amount of red curb to the extent possible for everybody because we're trying to make sure that people don't overbuild garages. And so that means they do need to be able to park. And some folks do have children or disabilities. And, you know, so I feel like we should be conservative with the red curb to the extent that it's really due to safety and like in the middle of an intersection. So that's my personal preference there. And other than that, I actually agree completely with the chair.
Okay, staff, do you have the input that you need to bring forward something to council?
Yes, we do. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. To our public, thank you very much. So how about this? What are the next steps?
So the next steps are we're going to tweak the design based on what we heard from you, and then we are going to take that to City Council and seek their approval.
And is there another public comment period at that time?
There should be. Yeah.
Will we be notified this time?
We didn't get notified at all.
So we sent.
The only ones, us two, to get notification. The other 13 didn't.
You can request from City Hall notification. Well, you'll get on the list for the notice if you fill out the form or contact the clerk's office, and then you'll get on the.
They said they have sent them out, but they still haven't
So
received.
is it I just want to know, is it a delivery issue or is it the address is wrong? I mean, like, does the.
Some of them went to Redwood City.
Yeah, okay. Well, when it comes up to the council, it'll be in the form of a contract, right? It'll be a design and a contract. So I think what the public is asking off the microphone is, is the consensus that we're going to minimize the red curb and come with the crosswalk, or do people agree with that concept? Because it's direction here at this level. Because we don't ask this commission to make a decision in that sense. So that's what I heard. But just for the members of the public that are here, I wanted to make sure that you understood. That's what I heard, and I think that's what staff heard. So.
Should be good living, not anything else.
Yeah. Well, it's complicated, but I think what I heard from the commission is they don't want to have red curbs at where the 44-foot segment is, and the crosshaired area with the delineators is not in what they want to have there. but there may be some red curbing that's needed for the safety of the crosswalk visibility. That's what my traffic engineering city attorney hat that I've sat through a lot of these meetings before tells me that's what the direction is.
I agree with that summary. And just to be clear, the right turn off of Hilltop going north on Alameda, I think a couple of us have said that we understand why the redesign would slow things down further to protect people in the crosswalk. So I guess the ugly bulb out, or that bulb out near Steve's house, it seems like a good safety measure. Was that your? Oh, okay. But that's what I heard, the recommendations.
I think we've given staff feedback, so let's call this matter concluded.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Very good. Last on our agenda, item 10, reports, correspondence, and general information. 10A, report on recent city council actions.
There are none this evening, Chair.
Very good, thank you. Planning and Transportation Commission comments or reports? None, very good, none for me. Item C, correspondence.
Yes, just for the record, there were several public comments received post-packet production, and I just want to read them out. For item number 7, El Camino Real, we did receive post-packet publication correspondence from Brian Silverthorne, the Chamber of Commerce, and the Housing Leadership Council. And then for item 8, Northeast Area Specific Plan Study Session, we received comment from Cyrus Sandaji with Presidio Bay, Carlos Hernandez with Delta Star, someone representing the lawyer from Hanny Law for Brigado Investments, Don Cox, the property owner, somebody from Silicon Valley Law representing Honda, and then Clint Scholl from GW Williams. And then for this most recent item, item number 9, correspondence from Roy Hendrickson. There were quite a few, so I just thought I would read them into the record. Thank you.
Thank you. And 10D, planning staff comments, reports, and updates of current projects.
Given the time, I think I will postpone this item to your next meeting, other than to say we'll see you in a few weeks at your next regularly scheduled meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, staff, for working with us this evening, and the meeting is adjourned.